Riders from Mexico, México por favor. Latvia, Argentina, Ethiopia, and finally the two riders from Morocco. The call of nation is complete. Stefano, it's back to you.
Signore e signori, siamo a 1 minuto 30 secondi dalla prima.
1 minute for the start of the Women's Elite Road Race of the UCI Road World Championship.
41 donazioni al via 145 atlete che stanno per prendere il via per questa prova. Ormai ci siamo esattamente a 60 secondi al via, 1 minuto. La salita che porterà Mazzolano e poi la cima dall'esterna con pendenze massime superiore al 14%, 143 km/h.
142 kilometers racing for the Women's Elite Road Race. A lap of the Ferrari circuit before heading towards kilometer 0, which is basically around 600 meters after the exit of the circuit.
Allora, signore e signori, ormai ci siamo 10 secondi.
10 seconds, less than 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, parte il campionato del mondo alla vita!
And we are off. We are off for the Women's Elite Road Race.
It's a difficult one. 2020 has been obviously a crazy year for everybody, and for elite sports people, they've had their calendar completely shaken up. Most of these riders would have just ridden the Giro. Finished a week ago. But yes, they've had a few days recovery since then. It's just been a complete, the season's been completely turned on its head, and this was a last-minute change of course to relocate here to Italy from the planned championships in Switzerland. So there's riders that might previously not really have been targeting the course in Switzerland, thinking it was too hilly. I've heard this one is a very tough course, but perhaps not quite as hilly as the Swiss one. Either way, I think it's going to be a really tough race. I think the Dutch team are the ones to watch, but definitely the Italian team. The Italians normally work together really well at World Championships. Really good history of previous winners in their team over the years. They've been the main team that's really challenged the Dutch. So for them, a home World Championships is going to be absolutely huge. So definitely one to watch for them. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a real race of attrition. 143 kilometres with those climbs each lap, but definitely look out for the Dutch and the Italians to animate it.
As you can see, the neutralised section, you can see Annemiek van Vleuten in the orange here with the white wrist brace. Let's tackle this on the neutralised here, Joanna, because she crashed in the Giro Rosa, she broke her wrist. We would have thought that was season over for Annemiek. She went home, she had the operation, and she's now riding here with a wrist brace. And the kind of, we've been following social media, we've been following the various discussions out there this morning. Do you think potentially, is it a good thing that Annemiek van Vleuten is here and racing? Is it something when we're looking so much at safety and rider well-being that someone could, we know what Annemiek is like. But is it something that we should be celebrating, that we're here and someone's riding with a broken wrist and a wrist break? Does it because it does potentially slow your reactions, doesn't it, in the bunch?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. So I think the initial reaction from most people was, over the moon that Annemiek would be on the start list here. She is the defending champion. Everyone wants to see her race. She's a brilliant racer. But I think cycling as a sport, we sort of celebrate that sort of thing too much. We really celebrate someone being really tough and getting back on their bike after a bad injury. And, particularly recently it's been talked about head injuries and concussion and how seriously that needs to be taken. I think with Annemiek's specific situation here, she's gone away, she's had surgery, she's spoken to her medical team, and they would have made a joint decision together about whether she thinks she's safe to race. I think my opinion when it comes to, as an athlete, you're always tempted to err on the side of taking part in the bike race. That's sort of your natural reaction. But I think it's really important to think about, what could be the long-term effects of that. And, you're a retired bike rider a lot longer than you are an actual bike rider. So I think thinking about your long-term health is absolutely key. And obviously, like you mentioned, the safety of the other riders. So in this specific situation, I feel like I trust Annemiek to have made the wise decision based on, speaking to the medical professionals, which obviously we don't know the full details of the injury. But I think cycling as a sport in general, we need to be really careful about celebrating this sort of thing because it isn't always good. I remember when I broke my collarbone quite a few years ago, I'd also hit my head in that crash. It was quite a bad crash. But I had so many people messaging me telling me how they'd broken their collarbone previously and they were back on the turbo the next day. And it's like, well, that's great to hear, but it's not, perhaps not right for me. So, it's specific to each rider and each injury.
The Dutch team today, Annemiek, and plenty of options for the Dutch team. So Floortje Mackay, who's rolling out at the front. They've got Amy Pieters, Chantal van den Broek-Black, Anna van der Breggen, Ellen van Dijk, Demi Vollering, and of course Marianne Vos. We always say, don't we, Joe? It's their race to lose potentially. They're so strong in this race.
They are absolutely incredible. They've got a lot of previous winners in there. Anna van der Breggen won the time trial on Thursday. Chantal van der Broek-Black won in 2017. Van der Breggen obviously won this race as well, and the Olympic champion. Marianne Vos, multiple winner across multiple disciplines. They've got so many options. I think it leaves the rest of the nations thinking, what are they going to do? Who are they working for? What is going to be their tactic? And I mean, we're guessing as well. So I'm always fascinated watching the Dutch team at major championships because, of course, normally they're in different teams throughout the season. They're racing in their trade teams, they're racing against each other. Anna van der Breggen and Annemiek van Vleuten are normally rivals, but now they're teammates. So I'm full of fascination of how it's going to play out.
Trixie Worrack there for Germany in that white jersey. I always say a bit of a legend, Trixie Worrack. He generally followed Trixie Worrack's name with that status. Demi Vollering also up there for that Dutch team. Off to pastures new next year. We're joining us for the rollout here for the Elite Women's Road Race Championships of the World. Who will take that rainbow jersey at the end of today? We have 5 laps of 28.8 kilometres, 2,800 metres of climbing throughout today's course. The riders just rolling out here, and plenty of jerseys to pick out for you. Number 127, that bright jersey from Ethiopia is Ayuru Gebru. Hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, I apologise. They're wearing 143. You can see her right there in the centre. Remember, I think it was Ayuru. Back in Qatar, I saw someone shared a video a while ago trying to get a feed at the feeding station in Qatar. It was a hot day on that one, but she's now part of the World Cycling Centre team, which is I think really helping her along with a lot of riders from the smaller nations to really step up. The rider alongside her from Sweden, interesting rider, watch out when we go back there as well, Lisa Norden in there for Sweden. She's taken the place of Vilma Olausson from Sweden. So Lisa Norden, triathlete, world famous triathlete Lisa Norden from Sweden. She was the national roads champion of Sweden last year, as well as a 4 times national time trial champion. But a great multidisciplined rider. There's Demi Vollering in the orange there. She's going to team up with those riders from SD Works next year. This is the point you can see here. That'll be the 1 kilometre to go point. 1:31, the bright red jersey there. Danielle Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago. And she rode a good time trial, solid time trial the other day. Did Danielle, and I know there's a lot of fans back home in Trinidad and Tobago. They'll be watching the 23-year-old today with interest. And the aerial shots here of Imola and the Autodromo Enzo and Dino Ferrari. If you're interested, where we are today for the circuit, 40 kilometers east of Bologna, opened as a semi-permanent racetrack back in 1953 as a homage to Ferrari founder Enzo and son Dino Ferrari, and hosted car and motorbike races all the way through the 1950s. The riders are on the rollout, the neutralised section, full lap of the circuit before they head out. And there's Joe, the teams, the riders, the likes of the riders, as we mentioned, Danielle Campbell, Japan, Ethiopia, Argentina, these sort of nations that have got one, maybe a couple of riders. On a championship like this, does it allow a rider perhaps from one of the smaller nations, does it still allow them to play off the other teams and perhaps bring a surprise?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're in that situation, you know, the pressure's off. You know, you're not looking at your team to initiate the attacks, to drive chases, that sort of thing. And you can really, sort of follow the big names, follow the wheels. The World Championships is often sort of a real case of attrition, especially sort of for the, as we get into these longer races towards the end. If you can sort of hide in the wheels, follow the right people, you can save a lot of energy, and the eyes aren't going to be on you, and you can sort of slip under the radar. And I always think being a big name, it is tougher, but because people are looking at you, you're introduced to the crowd, all eyes are on you, people have got you highlighted on their start list as ones to watch. If you can just slip under the radar, that is such a good position to be in cycling. So definitely, if you're on a smaller nation, use that to your advantage, follow the wheels, just bide your time.
There's Lisa Norden there, 103 that we were mentioning. The Aussies are there. That's everyone just scrabbling around the commissaire, just trying to keep everyone back in order to be able to get a good run as the car pulls away. That nervousness now at this point as the riders try to get themselves into the right position for the flag drop, where we will be off and racing. Just trying to get into those early breaks. So the commissaire just slowing everyone down here. So, riders down at the back. This is the danger, isn't it, Joe? You get that pinch point at Lizzie Banks. It looks like she's got an issue with the bike here. And as they try to slow everyone down at the front, there's been a bit of a crash at the back.
Yeah, I used to hate neutralised sections. I used to find them to be the most dangerous sometimes because everyone is jostling for position, but you're also not racing. And when you're racing, if the bunch is strung out a little bit, it's actually easier to sort of keep safe. Whereas this is, nervous moments. Everyone wants to be right at the back of that car, and you start creeping alongside. They're telling riders to back off. It is always quite nervous moments. We're seeing some smiles there from Chantal van der Broek Black and Anna van der Breggen just behind the car there, but definitely further back when you get those little pinch points. It is tricky, and they've got quite a decent sort of neutralised section here. We've been going for more than 10 minutes at this sort of pace, but they will definitely wait for everyone to get back on their bikes and get ready. We saw Lizzie Banks there, number 43 for the Great Britain team. She was requesting a new bike. It looked like that if it was a wheel issue or a mechanical issue for the whole bike, but she was definitely waving that in the air and hoping someone would come to her aid quickly. So hopefully she's back on soon, because she's a rider that's really impressed me this season. In this abbreviated season, she's been racing really well, so I was excited to see her at this World Championships.
Aussie Sarah Roy in the middle there in the famous Aussie jersey. Of course, you get that sort of concertina effect as the car at the front slows down. Kasia Niewiadoma, you can see there in the red and white of Poland. Christine Majerus from Luxembourg also up towards the front, and she's got a couple of teammates in this race today. That's Christine Majerus to help her potentially do that, and you can just see down the back the riders as that car tries to keep everyone under control here. The riders just being forced to brake. As we're on this rollout, just in case his Lizzie Banks comes through, shaking her head as you would expect. Lizzie Banks, bit of frustration creeping in there. And just to update you, if you haven't seen the news, if you were with us for the time trial, Chloe Dygett's dreadful crash, we mentioned her fourth here in the Worlds last year. So no broken bones for Chloe, but she has got that. She does have a very nasty wound and a slice, a muscle injury. And we really got to wish her well in her recovery, haven't we, Joe?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was an agonising wait on Thursday afternoon, evening. Not hearing any news from the scene. The cameras went away from her, which is good. You don't want to have a camera in your face at that point, and it really is, should have privacy for the rider involved. But yeah, I just couldn't stop thinking about, is she okay? And you want to hear some news, because you really hope that she is okay. And then when I woke up Friday morning, I saw she tweeted from hospital. She shared some pictures, which if you're squeamish, definitely don't look at those. But she has sort of shared what's happened and posted on social media. And as I say that, we're now having the race underway.
Away we go. The car pulls away. We are off and racing here in Imola for the 2020 Elite Women's Road Race Championships. 5 laps of this 28.8 kilometre circuit awaits. The usual scrabbling for positions. Corin Rivera from the USA up towards the front. And for the USA today, rider down. So we had a few crashes already at the beginning as we try and get underway here. And it's Gebru from Ethiopia that's taken a bit of a tumble. And the rider going off to the left there, into the side, into the ditch. Got a soft landing though on the side. It's always super nervous in a Worlds, isn't it? Right at the beginning at this point.
Yeah, I always think the start of road race was always the worst bit for me. It is those nervous moments. We've got out the neutralised sections, thankfully. So we are racing now, but yeah, still that fighting for position, wanting to be in the right place, everyone looking at each other. Who is going to make that first move? Who's been told by their team to try and be in that first move, and perhaps they're not quite in the right position. So very, very nervous moments. Once you get into the race, the course becomes familiar, the field whittles down, and things start to change. But definitely those first few kilometres always the most nervous, the most twitchy.
So we're waiting for those first attacks. The course today, it's a tough one. There's not an awful lot of places to rest in this. The rider's just trying to come back after that early crash. Right down here, Pernilla Mathiesen is here from Denmark, wearing 42. Amy Peters comes up towards the front for the Dutch. Anna van der Breggen is there. So it's got to, at this point, those riders who fancy their chances today, they feel that they've got the form coming into this one. And they've got to keep themselves out of trouble. And looking back through the years, Annemiek van Vleuten last year, Anna van der Breggen in 2018, Chantal van der Broek Black in 2017, Amelie Deirdrickson 2016, Lizzie Deignan for Great Britain back in 2015, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in 2014, back-to-back wins for Marianne Vos in 2012 and 2013, back-to-back wins for Giorgia Bronzini back in 2010 and 2011. So it's a fast start here. No attacks at the moment. We've got 2 climbs on each lap. We've also got this this rise as well. It kind of climbs out of the circuit as well. The sort of categorized climb that they're showing. The Mazzolano 2.2k, 6.6%, maximum gradient of 13%. Then the Cima Gallisterna, which comes at 2.3 kilometers. We are 140.6 kilometers to go. No breakaways as of yet. Peloton all very much together here. And, last year, that top 10 from last year, Annemiek van Vleuten, Van der Breggen, Spratt, Dijken, Longo Borghini, Vos, Bastianelli, Moolman, Brennauer and Cornvera. That was your top 10. We'll see how this race pans out as we go through this circuit. Do you think potentially, though, Joe, that climb, the final climb, the Cima Gallisterna, do you think it's far enough away from the finish to perhaps prevent a bit of a group sprint? Should it keep coming back together?
Yeah, it really depends how the race is raced. You know, if it's raced hard from the start, as we saw in Harrogate last year with, Annemiek going away so early on her own, it was just a really brutal race and, bodies everywhere. If it's raced a bit more conservatively, then potentially yes. So we talk a lot about courses in cycling, but, in general, it really is the riders that make the race, and it's how they race. I think this first lap, it's quite deceptive, these roads, and you mentioned the wind earlier. I've seen some of the trees blowing quite hard, and there might be sections of the course which will be more exposed, so that can definitely affect things as well. But it really depends how they race from this first lap. Really, is it going to be raced hard from the off? And I think my eyes are going to be basically on the Dutch team and the Italian team. They're the 2 big teams in this race. They've got some of the big favourites. We've seen before the Dutch squad back in Harrogate last September, sort of racing hard up those early climbs. I think it was Demi Vollering for the Dutch squad that raced really hard up one of the climbs, and then it was from that Annemiek van Vleuten could launch an attack. So, if you do that, you're going to have bodies everywhere from quite early on. But if it's raced more conservatively, it could be a completely different race. So, yeah, quite intrigued how this first lap goes, really.
My thoughts as well coming into this one, looking at Annemiek and looking at the way she raced this last year, for her, I would say she's going to want to try and split this really early to try and get potentially this group either to try and spring a surprise like she did last year, which becomes more and more difficult, doesn't it, every time you pull off an audacious attack like that. But she potentially, I think, today would want to try and get away early and limit the time that she actually has to try and spend in the peloton.
Yeah, definitely. Annemiek likes racing out the front. She likes racing aggressively. We're just seeing this descent here. We saw a few Dutch riders come to the front for this, so I'm thinking if I were Annemiek, I'd want to be, keeping myself well out of trouble and in a good position towards the front of the bunch in this sort of situation. And yeah, I can imagine her wanting a hard race from the start. It's really hard to tell, you don't know how she's feeling. She didn't really have many days off the bike. I think she was back on the turbo pretty much straight away after her surgery. But, it's about how your legs are feeling on the day as well. You can go in with the best of intentions, but it might not be able to pull it off.
Riders on the descent here. Anna Kaisenhofer is the rider on the breakaway. The Dutch team are... First lap of the Elite Women's Road Race Championships. Kaisenhofer on the back here for Austria. As the riders on this fast descent here, it's just being strung out. So we go through the race in total today. 143 kilometers. If you've been with us so far here on Eurosport GCN since the restart, you remember some of the most thrilling races that we've had for a while. Just to the next climb, you can see there 15.2 kilometers. The European Championships was one of the best days racing I think I've had, Joanna, in terms of my commentary career. Van Vleuten taking that ahead of Elisa Longo Borghini. Cassia Nubiadoma taking the bronze medal in that one. That was a great day's racing, that European Championship. Do you think that having that championship race, even though it was a while ago now, do you think that might help some of the European riders?
Yeah, I think any time when you can spend as part of your national squad racing really helps. Like I said before, you spend most of the season racing as part of your trade team, and it is different. You know, you're working with different staff, your teammates with different riders, you're wearing different kit. You know, simple things like, you know, wearing a different pair of shorts from what you're used to. It all makes a difference. So having the European Championships relatively close to this, it's all good chance of these riders to work together as part of their national team. Just seeing a little bit of trouble here for the Polish rider there.
And you can see on this course, so this is the Mazzolano climb. This is the point here where we get to see this climb. So the 13% gradient, maximum gradient, 11.6%. Marta Lack, you can just see on the left there from Poland. So one of her teammates having a bit of an issue, but a little bit further down, 2.4 kilometers to the top of this one. This looks like the first opportunity that we're getting to see this climb here, Joe. It looks fairly meaty, this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I always think climbs look easier on TV than when you're racing them. So if it looks tough on TV, then it must be tough. But yeah, you can just tell by the bunch at the moment. They're spread out across the road, so they're not riding really hard at the moment. Just sort of getting the legs into the swing of this race. We see a couple of Dutch riders on the right of the screen, a couple of German riders in the middle, so a few different teams at the front here, and you can see at the back sort of the effort that these riders are putting in to get up this slope here. We've still got 2.3 kilometres to the top of this, of course, but you know, you can get a little bit of a gauge by the body language of riders about how tough it is, and you can also see the wind there in those trees at the top of that shot. I
was looking at the wind map. I do love a wind map.
Yeah,
I love a weather map, and and I was having a look, and as we head out, the circuit is basically blowing across the circuit. So as they're heading out here, it's coming from the right shoulder, so crosswind. They'll then have a headwind section, and a crosswind is. It's not a huge amount of places where it doesn't look very sheltered as well, which always sometimes you go to some courses, don't you, and you've got massive hedges and trees and lots of shelter. What we've got here, very, very open countryside. Yeah,
definitely, and that will play a big role in terms of the riders that are good at positioning themselves in the bunch. It's always quite easy early on to sort of sneak up the side of the bunch if you need to move up and make those little efforts, which seem okay at the time early in the race, but especially in this wind, if you're sort of putting in those extra efforts, they will all add up. So it really, I think, these sort of conditions, they do play into the hands of the riders that are really good at getting themselves in the right place in the bunch to be avoiding the wind and really putting out minimal energy.
Because you can see the way the flags are being buffeted from the side, right in the centre there. Christine Majerus, the Luxembourg rider, 33 years old now. Christine Majerus, and these are the days. These are the days for me that for Christine. She does play the teammate a lot. She's one of those, such a solid rider within the team. She's got Claire Faber and Nina Berton backing her up today. We have got quite used to over the years of seeing Christine in these races, kind of on her own, as we just see Akvil Gradaitite is the rider here from Lithuania, just going off the back. But looking at this course already and looking at this for Christine today, she's one of those riders. We were talking about the riders from the nations with smaller numbers. Christine's so good at just freelancing races within, getting in, bouncing off other teams and her usual trade teammates as well, knowing how they ride, knowing how they move, and she's got a great kick on her as well.
Yeah, definitely. So she's been part of the Bowles-Dolmans team for many seasons, I think maybe about 7 seasons, which is one of the big women's teams, and she's won plenty of races in her own right, but you're right, she spends a lot of time working for other people, and she's one of the super domestiques out there, technically very, very good as well, always in the right position, but you're right, she's part of one of the smaller teams here, just 2 other teammates, so perhaps getting a little bit more freedom to do what she wants, but also because she is quite well known, she won't be able to quite go under the radar quite as much. Everyone does know how good she is, but she hasn't got that team to really have to take the initiative to do chasing and to do initiating. So so she can follow a little bit more.
Great shot there. This shows the wind direction on this climb. You can see now the severity of the climbs today. They're not quite, as Joe said at the beginning, not quite the length of climbs that we would have had in Aigle Martigny in Switzerland. Of course, these World Championships rescheduled here to Imola in Italy, and they have done a great job pulling together the circuits and everything that's needed in order to put a championship on in these times. It's definitely already looking like a great circuit. 15% gradient that you can see here. This is take the injury of Annemiek out, because looking at these climbs and looking at Strada Bianche and looking at the Giro Rosa and the way she raced in Harrogate, take that injury out, this already would have been a perfect course for her.
Yeah, definitely. Really good course for Annemiek van Vleuten. Also really good course for Anna van der Breggen. She's a rider that added the time trial to her list of Palmares, the time trial world title, on Thursday, which is one of the very few races that she's not won in her career after multiple silver medals. So we know she's in brilliant form. And she really came into her own in the second half of that time trial as well, which I thought was really interesting, because she was able to put more time into Marlon Ruser in the second half. So clearly in brilliant form, Anna van der Breggen. We're just seeing Marianne Vos in the centre of the shot there, just smiling, looking quite relaxed there. She's well used to these sort of bike races, and knows exactly what she's doing here. So yeah, very, very relaxed Dutch team, but I definitely would be looking at van der Breggen as well. And I think that's the beauty of the Dutch squad. They've got these, two really strong climbing riders, traditionally racing against each other all season, now on the same squad, and you just don't know who to look at. We don't know as commentators who they're working for, and certainly as a rider you don't know who is going to be the key player on the day.
For me, looking at the coming out the back of the Giro Rosa and looking at the way it went at the end, Elisa Longoborghini, I think she said herself in interviews last week, after team time trial, took the Maglia Rosa, it was all looking glorious, went onto the Strada Bianche stage and lost that jersey, and ended the race taking a stage victory and finishing in third overall. So she's definitely got to be a rider that we watch out for today.
Absolutely, coming into form towards the end of the race, which could be timed really nicely for these championships at Italy, and Italy of course at home for her.
It is indeed, and I think we're going to hear from defending champion Annemiek van Vleuten, as we've been talking coming into this race with a broken wrist.
If I would not have been here if I would not have been a contender. So I'm not here just to participating. I'm very excited, and the tests on my wrist were really good on the bike. So yeah, I'm quite happy, super happy to be here, and also super happy with the parcours here.
What do you think of the course here, especially with two climbs? Is it a good course for you?
Yeah, it's compared to last year, this is more my course, so it suits me better than last year.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Interesting words there, Joanna. So saying herself, she wouldn't be here if she didn't feel that she was a contender.
Yeah, definitely, and also good that she said that she'd done some tests on her wrist and she feels she's safe on the bike. I think that's the primary thing. She's an experienced professional rider. She knows what she's doing. I just do think in general we need to be careful about how much we celebrate riding through injuries and stuff. But I do feel Annemiek knows what she's doing. I think I was really interested there what she said about she thinks this course suits her better than last year. The course in Harrogate was tough, and anyone that's ridden in Yorkshire knows just how heavy those roads are. They're far tougher than they even look. They look pretty tough, but they are really sort of heavy roads to ride on. My experience of riding in Italy, the roads are a little bit faster, so there might be more climbing here. They might be tougher climbs, but tend to be sort of faster roads. But Annemiek van Vleuten saying that this course suits her better. So defending champion is full of confidence there. Like she said, she is not here for the fun of it. She's not here to make up the numbers. She's here because she believes she can be competitive. So I am very much intrigued how this is going to go.
So yeah, we're at the moment, we're kind of in that holding phase here, which we don't get very often actually on these races. But let's talk through some of our other contenders going into this. Lizzie Deignan, of course, came back out of the lockdown period. GP Plouay took that great breakaway with Lizzie Banks in that one. Phenomenal ride at La Course as well, was riding really well in La Course. Then she went to Giro Rosa and spent 9 days kind of paying back Elisa Longo Borghini for a lot of the work that she did in helping her. And Lizzie Deignan on the stage that Elisa Longo Borghini won on the Giro Rosa, the effort that she made on that climb to sort of launch Anna van der Breggen and Elisa Longo Borghini up the climb, she really put everyone in a world of hurt. For British fans coming into this day, the 2015 champion Lizzie Deignan, you know, she's had 9 days of no pressure and great preparation.
Yeah, I think that was actually perfect prep for the World Championships there, to race the Giro Rosa not as the team leader. She could work hard, she could get all that tough racing in her legs, but she didn't have the other big names actually looking at her and actually really monitoring her form, because she wasn't trying to contest for that overall lead. So I think that was quite a smart move, really, to just go under the radar slightly but still get that huge block of work in your legs. So I think she's definitely one to watch here. It is slightly less hilly than the course was going to be in Switzerland, which I think she'd sort of perhaps written off herself. But this course could play into her hands. You know, she's a brilliant all-rounder. She can climb, she can sprint, she can position well in the bunch on windy days. So definitely one I'm looking for. And I think she's got a strong British team as well. You know, each year I think the British riders get better and better. We've got Lizzie Banks, we've mentioned. We've got the two Barnes sisters, then Anna Henson and Anna Shackley, quite young riders, but, you know, very, very capable. So a stronger team around her than we've seen in previous years. You know, just gradually those riders are developing more and more. So definitely watch out for Lizzie.
The peloton are all lined out. 132.3 kilometers to go, still all together. Peloton lined out here, still very much got the pressure on, and I think this is kind of looking here, we're sort of seeing riders just kind of getting sort of almost jettisoned off the back. Jamila Machikova, not probably a course for Jamila today. This kind of looks like a bit of a pattern, as we say, a bit of an attritional race where the peloton on these climbs just kind of gets thinned out and thinned out and thinned out on each climb before we maybe see those big attacks.
Yeah, I think, you know, the big teams like the Dutch and the Italians, they know it's a long race, they know it's a tough course, they probably don't want to ride too hard yet, but equally it's, you know, it's still tough, it's still a tough route. So there are a few riders just getting distanced, but no one has really put the hammer down yet. So I think we'll see in the early, you know, in this first lap, a few riders getting distanced, perhaps who the course just doesn't suit, having a tough day out for them. But I think in the next lap we'll really see the big teams start to race up these climbs and start to sort of make a difference. And it's almost good to get a lap done and sort of see how your legs feel, see how other riders look, just judge the body language of other riders, just see if they're, you know, how they're looking on the bike. I always used to think you could tell so much about another rider just by riding behind them and sort of seeing how comfortable they look on the bike, whether they're twitching about, whether they're sort of sat and settled. And, you know, I felt I could tell a lot by that, and especially in a race like this where you're almost not quite sure who to watch, you know, with some of the big names, it can be useful to have that first lap to sort of see how everyone's looking.
Is the pressure sometimes even you know, that even harder to handle sometimes in terms of nerves when you've got such a big team, maybe like the Dutch, who've got such a dominant team, or the pressure on the Italian team and that pressure on Elisa Longo Borghini to basically not mess it up?
Yeah, interesting question. I think in my experience the biggest pressure always comes from yourself. I think, you know, most athletes, they will be their harshest critic, but definitely when you've got everything else, when you've got media attention, when you've got a home championships, when you've got everyone talking about you or your team, of course that adds to it. And I think that's quite interesting how riders handle that. And I think in my experience in my career, I always thought, surely as I got older and as I went on, things would get easier as I got more experience. But definitely the external pressure does sort of mount up. And the more successful you are, suddenly a silver medal becomes a failure. Even if it isn't a failure in your eyes, even if you're pretty pleased with that performance, externally people are always going to judge that. So I think it's important as an athlete to just sort of keep focused on yourself, keep focused on what you can control, all those sort of basic things we talk about. You decide your own level of pressure. You decide how much how you want to race the race, and how much you're going to let those external things get to you, which is easier said than done. But if you can, that's the way forward.
We're heading towards the next climb along the route. We're heading towards the next climb on the route today on the Elite Women's Road Race Championships of the World. Who will take the rainbow jersey at the end of today's race? 5 laps of this 28.8 kilometer circuit, 2,800 meters of climbing. The Cima Gallisterna is the next climb. You can see we've just got that little graphic on your screen there. 1.2 kilometers to the next climb. It's 2.3 kilometers in length. It's got, again, maximum gradients of 14%. It's got 1.3 kilometers at just under 11%. And for a lot of riders, Joe, that are just about getting back on before about a K before the next climb.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. So I always think, often in races you get quite an attritional race and you get people going out the back and they sort of come back in. But if you can stay there that whole time, you're saving yourself so much energy. I've done plenty of races where I've stayed in the front group perhaps, and then people have got back and I thought, oh no, I was in quite a select group there. But that soon, those efforts soon add up, and suddenly you're going to go. Your legs are going to give up. So. Unfortunately for the runners that have just chased to get back on, this is going to hurt. For the runners that are positioning themselves nicely at the front, we saw a few shots of Lizzie Deignan there and a few Italian riders just get themselves in a good position. So 0.6 kilometres to go now to the next climb, and definitely everyone looking a lot more twitched than they did on that first climb.
Where the Italians were looking around, you could see them looking around for Elisa Longoborghini. So for the Italians, Elisa Longoborghini, their protected rider. You can see the slopes of the next climb just starting to go up as riders just stretches out through that bottom corner. So you can see Katia Ragusa in the centre of your picture there for Italy. Lizzie Deignan in the white jersey for Great Britain, just taking the opportunity to grab a drink. We have been here in Imola on this circuit, not this exact circuit, but on the Imola motor racing circuit for the World Championships back in 1968. And it was Katie van Oosten, I hope I've said that right for my Dutch friends, Katie van Oostenhagen that took the championship on that occasion ahead of Baibe Kona and Morena Tatagni from Italy, the bronze medalist on that occasion. Vittoria Adorni took the men's title ahead of Herman van Springel and Michele Dancelli. So gold and bronze for the men, bronze medal for Morena the last time they were here. So Elisa Longoborghini today, or one of the Italians, are going to want to go better than 1968. I know it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't quite remember that one myself.
Neither do I, before you say anything. That was still before my time as well. Here's the Gallisterna climb, 13.6%. You can see that one. So this climb definitely will these climbs coming in fast succession, one after the other. It's going to be a tough race as this one goes on today. You can see the teams on the front setting that tempo. That's a great shot of this climb, Joe. Looking at the last one, this one almost looks tougher than that last one as well.
Yeah, this one definitely looks tougher. Perhaps just because we can see how far it goes in that shot there, it probably just occasionally can look worse than it is. But I think this, in general, I'd say TV often makes climbs look not as bad as they are. So if it's looking bad on TV, it's pretty bad. We can see all the riders out the saddle here on these steep gradients, up around the sort of 13% mark. It's now saying 2% on the screen there, so ignore what I just said. But definitely some steep gradients on this climb, and currently no one riding hard. still a sort of just general tempo on the front. I mean, it's a hard climb anyway, but I think at the moment they're just sort of seeing a few riders struggling towards the back, but no one making any moves just yet.
Yeah, we just saw Martino Joyce, I hope I'm saying that right as well, Norway, former national junior champion, just 20 years old. And for some riders, we've seen the riders in there as well, from countries like Iceland, for those riders, and especially young riders as well, that are coming to this one. This is Kerry Jonker from South Africa, and Kerry Jonker, 24 years old, is the South African. But this is when you come to a World Championship like this, and especially for some riders that may only race domestically as well, it's a great benchmark to just see, to ride with the best in the world, and see, you know, what they have to do in terms of progression, because we have got quite a lot of young riders. We've still got riders that are sort of 18, 19, 20, because we don't have an under 23 category in women's cycling as well. But for them, this is a great opportunity, isn't it, to come and represent the nation, but then just as they move into the winter and see, right, where do I need to get to?
Yeah, that's a really good point. So, like you said, we don't have the under-23 category in women's cycling at World Championships. We do at European Championships. And it's something that's brought up quite a lot. But then the counter-argument is you've got the likes of Marianne Vos, who won this as a 19-year-old. Obviously, Vos, you know, very, very special rider, and, you know, we can't all call ourselves quite as talented as her. But there is that huge jump from the junior category into the senior category. And you're right, I think at some point you just got to do it. And if you get the opportunity to race the World Championships, you're right, just seeing where the level's at, you know, seeing what it's like being in that peloton, seeing how they ride the climbs, that's the only way you're really going to progress, by sort of launching yourself into that. And that could be difficult if you're from one of the bigger nations. You know, if you're from Holland, for example, where you've got multiple previous champions, it's going to be difficult to break into that team for the World Championships. But if you're from one of the smaller nations and you get that opportunity, you know, absolutely brilliant opportunity to be able to compare yourself, even if, you know, you stay in the bunch for half the race. You know, you can see where that level's at, and you can see where you need to aspire to be at if you want to be a future champion.
Trixie Warwick on your right there, as the camera just goes to the back again, just showing a few riders. This is Mia Gacciola from Mexico. That's just starting to get tailed off the back of the group on this climb. And one of our riders from Morocco just ahead, but we've also got, as we head up this climb, second climb on this course. This is Fatima El Hani, the rider here from Morocco, who's just starting to get tailed off the back, and Nina Berton, unfortunately for Christine Majerus, it looks like starting to lose her two young teammates on this one, which is a shame for her. It's used to racing these races on her own. This is Anne-Sophie Doik and Fien van Einde, and then just ahead is Mieke Kroger. Anna Henderson, so second from the right of your picture there for Great Britain. That white jersey with the blue shorts. Great descender is Anna Henderson. If you were with us for La Course, her and Cassia Nuviadoma really putting on a descending masterclass in La Course, you would say, from Anna Henderson.
Yeah, definitely. Anna Henderson, very, very skillful. Brilliant to see her right at the head of the bunch here. She's a really sort of exciting rider I've been looking forward to following. Racing with Team Sunweb this year, and like you say, really good ride at La Course and good ride at the World Championships last year. Also got a medal in the team time trial for Great Britain. I think they got a bronze medal in that. Really exciting rider. It's great. It's great for the British squad to have these young riders developing like this, and to be able to be at the front of the World Championships. It's brilliant to see, and it's brilliant sort of to impose yourself on the other nations. You know, we keep talking about Italy and the Dutch squad, but, you know, to have a British rider at the front there as well, the other nation's going to think, oh, there's some good British girls in this race today, which does make them think. So really good to see her up there, and looking comfortable, I must say, and I think she's probably hoping to get to the front for this descent.
And the blue, Katia Ragusa, if you were with us for Giro Rosa, did a great job for Alenis Sierra. Mieke Kroger here for Germany. Probably not Mieke Kroger's course today for the German rider here.
No, she's a really strong time trialist. also does some track racing, individual pursuit and team pursuit as well over the years. So yeah, perhaps not the perfect course for her, but you know, a supremely strong rider.
Sarah Roy on the left for Australia. Good to see Sarah Roy up there for Australia. They've got Grace Brown, Shara March, Lucy Kennedy, Rachel Neelan, and Tiff Cromwell in there as well today, as well as Sarah Roy. A good fast finisher is Sarah Roy, and we'll see how what the Aussie tactics work out today. Looking as well, the last races, Brodie Chapman for Australia today. She did a great job to set up Evita Muzic on the final stage of Giro Rosa. Brodie Chapman. These climbs, see how the Aussies are who they're protecting. A rider at the back here is having a bit of an issue. Is the rider from Mexico, Ariana Gutierrez. There. The riders just go over the top of the climb here, battling to get back in there.
That's a horrible time to have a mechanical. As I say that, actually, the bunch is split in half here. You know, we didn't really quite see how it was splitting up on that climb, but look, we've got very much two distinct groups. But I was just going to say it's very hard to chase back on a descent because everyone can ride it fast. Obviously, some can ride it faster than others, but it's difficult. You can't really work together quite so well, getting through and off going, and it can be difficult to sort of close those gaps. But it looks like the front group here just taking it steady at the moment. I don't think it's quite a straight descent. I think we've still got some kick-ups as we go down here, and I think this second and third group are going to get back on. We've already got sort of three groups there, plus a few more riders at the back, so that climb hurting a lot of legs there today.
On these climbs, for some riders, it's almost trying to get back in there. This is Carolina Quevedo, who's in there. You looking around the front of the group. You've almost got on a course like this. Would you say give yourself a bit of drift room on those climbs, especially early on, because if you've got any sort of designs on doing anything today, the constant chases, the micro efforts to get back in, they all just take their toll.
Yeah, definitely. So, you'd always try and say position yourself well coming into the climb. Give yourself some sliding room if you need it. If you did have something like a mechanical and anything like that happened, you've got a bit of space to play with. Of course, everyone has that exact same idea, and everyone's team manager is telling them to get to the front for the climbs. And often I used to find that the race into the bottom of the climb could actually be harder because the bunch is going so fast, and everyone is jostling for that position. So, yeah, that can definitely be quite challenging. But the more experienced riders will be just used to knowing what wheels to follow and just feeling quite settled in the bunch. They race with these girls, week in, week out, certainly for the last few weeks, not all season this year, but you do get to know what wheels to follow and, who rides that climb smoothly, who's in and out the saddle, who's sort of jumping around, and you can sort of, ride at your pace.
Gebru here from Ethiopia, just on the back of the group here. As we said a little bit earlier on, races with the World Cycling Centre team and making the most of that opportunity to race in there. Plenty of nations represented towards the front of this one. So the Italians just moving up towards the front here. Looked like Cecilia Ludwig potentially that was moving up towards the front for the Danes. This could be definitely a good course for her today, looking at this one. And Denmark have brought a strong team into this one. Gebru needs to just try, if she can, when she gets back in here for Ethiopia, just to try and move up if she can. So this group all lined out in front of her. And she's got Pernilla Matheson and Birgitta Krogsgaard in front of her. It's a tough day out there, the front of the peloton all together. So those groups just trying to ride back on to the group here. the tempo, it's a bit, when you look, the tempo at the front kind of, it's a telling factor at the moment, because they just look like they're just sitting just very, very steady tempo, don't they? But it's kind of masking out the effort that they're actually making here, and just maybe giving us an idea of how this is going to pan out as this race goes on.
Yeah, definitely. There's a huge contrast in what we're seeing by the looks of the riders at the front of the group and then compared towards the back of the group. So like we said before, the riders at the front just naturally getting a far easier ride just by being in the right place. But yes, I think the big names, haven't been riding these climbs hard at all, but the terrain is really tough, so it will hurt a lot of legs, and you will see a lot of riders going out the back on this first lap. I think once we've done this first lap, we'll see more attacking racing coming into play next lap. But at the moment, I think everyone just, getting a real feel for the climb. I used to always think as well, roads were different when you raced on them compared to when you trained on them. So you might be able to run a lap of a course in training, but it's just so different in a bike race. It's so different in a peloton. Roads that can seem really hard, normally when you're out training, aren't quite as bad if you're nicely in a bunch. And also you can find things, the converse of that, some roads can be a lot more technical when you're racing them compared to just riding on them. So I think getting a good lap in, these riders here are all looking nice and comfortable. We're seeing Anna Henderson again, nicely positioned there just next to the German riders on the right of the shots previously.
Beautiful aerial shots here showing you the region here around Imola. You're in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. It's a great shot across the top here. The team from Norway getting themselves up towards the front. Katrin Allerud, Suzanne Andersen, Stina Borgli, Martin Gjøs, Ingrid Løvik, and Mia Otterstad. That is the team of Norway today. Stina Borgli, she's good numbers in here, Norway. Stina Borgli is a rider that can get herself over these climbs, has got a good kick on her as well.
Yeah, and Suzanne Andersen for Norway, 7th at World Championships in 2017. So we haven't actually mentioned the Norwegian team much up until now, but they've been well up there throughout this at the front of that bunch.
The peloton are in full flight here on the opening lap of the Elite Women's Road Race Championships from Imola. 5 laps of this 28.8 kilometre circuit. The many riders chasing to get back on after each ascent on this course. It shows us maybe how this race is going to pan out as we go through the afternoon. Jamila Machakova here from the Czech Republic has chased now a couple of times to get back on, and riders all the time just getting back into the group just before the next climb starts. I've got to say though, Joe, beautiful new tarmac for the riders to race on today. It's beautiful in the dry. It could have been fairly sketchy if in the rain, this new tarmac.
Yeah, definitely. The roads look absolutely beautiful here. Look really, really nice to ride on. It's something that when I talk to non-cyclists about, they don't quite understand when I talk about heavy roads and nice roads to ride on. Most people can understand, potholes and gravel and cobbles and those sort of things. But, the tarmac can make a huge difference. But you're right. Often we find the roads in Italy and Spain can be quite treacherous in the wet. So I'd be very glad to be racing this race in nice conditions today and not in the rain, because that would really change things, particularly on the descents. It could get a little bit sketchy. But yeah, looking like really nice tarmac here.
Elise Chabi moving up on the left there for Switzerland. Oh, crash down the back here. So we've got a crash as riders try to get themselves back into the group. So we'll just see to get an idea of riders' potential. Gone down. Karolina Kumiga from Poland has gone down. So the riders just trying to get the chains back on, and this is the problem, isn't it? At this point, when riders are chasing to get back on onto the group each time.
Yeah, exactly. So, if you're Anna Henderson here right at the front, you're completely in control of the race, you're completely in control of the pace. She's in a brilliant position there. Anyone else, if you're trying to close gaps, you've got work to do. We can see here the whole peloton strung out in a line here on this descent. So we know they're going at a good speed. And, fair play, Anna Henderson right at the front of affairs here.
And this shows again that I know I may have said it before, but Anna's technical skill as a former downhill ski racer. And I always noticed it in criteriums where she kind of came through Team on Form in Great Britain, and she would ride what we have Tour Series criteriums. And if you watch her, we watched in La Course the way her and Cassia Nuviadoma descended, but this is something that it's kind of instinct for someone like Anna Henderson on the front. It's just watching the flow on the descents. You can see just how much damage that she's doing just riding just her natural flowing descending ability. Look at watch how much she's got this peloton strung out here, and this is Anna van der Breggen. That's a little bit far back here for Anna van der Breggen.
Yeah, definitely. We always focus on climbs in bike racing, and we always talk about gradients and how tough the climbs are. But sometimes racing on a descent can be really, really tough. That's where you can also have huge gaps open up, and technical ability is hugely important. If you find a few gaps opening up, you can find yourself sprinting out of the corners, making all these little efforts to get back on. So descents are by no means easy, and can play a real key part in a bike race if you're a good descender, if you aren't a good descender. And you're right, some riders it just comes naturally to. Some riders have to really work on that, and really work on their skills to be able to be comfortable going at those sort of speeds. And like you say, Anna Henderson sort of doing a beautiful display there, as we're just seeing the bunch sort of bunch up a little bit here as we come back into the racing circuit.
We're nearly at the end of lap one as we come back on to the Imola circuit here. As riders chase to get back in. Anna van der Breggen, see where she is. As the camera will spin round just to she's with Gebru here, so just trying to do some work. So she's got some work to do here, Anna van der Breggen.
Yeah, but not clear if there was any technical issues there, if it was just a positioning thing. That shot we saw of her a few moments ago was the first real shot we'd seen of her in the race. So she's wearing number 5 for the Dutch team in the orange kit, and yeah, she was a little bit further back than what you'd expect her to be. But right now the pace has come right off in the bunch, so we can see them spread completely across the road here, as everyone is just sort of coming back together.
We did have a Dutch rider at the side. I haven't had confirmation, so I don't normally speculate, but we did go past the Dutch rider at the side with the chain off, I think. So I'm not sure if that was Anna van der Breggen. So we'll see if we can find out on that one. But there's the aerial shot there of the groups, and she's now got some teammates now to try and bring her back into the front group on this circuit. As now we start to get some attacks at the front. So the first real attack of the day is this Krista Dobo-Hickok that's going off the front here from the USA.
Yeah, so interesting time to attack. We've got a big wide section of road where everyone can see exactly what's going on, but we're just getting a shot here of the 3 Dutch riders. Anna van der Breggen there is at the back, number 5, so they're being looked after by her 2 teammates. We've got Chantal van der Broek back, and we've got Ellen van Dijk. So 2 previous world champions, Ellen in the time trial and Chantal in the road race, have gone back with van der Breggen there. So she's clearly one of their team leaders to be protected, and they've gone back to get her. I think they'll be fine getting back on. Obviously we did have that attack there, but in general these roads are quite wide. You can see exactly what's going on, and they've got the peloton in sight, so they will get there. It's just a case of not using too much energy and not panicking too early, and getting back safely.
That experience of the Dutch riders and Anna van der Breggen just starting to get some help as she got closer to the group. And, there's the shot there, so they've got the group in front of them. It's the team of Belgium on the front. That attack not coming to anything. The teammate of Elisa Longoborghini, Katia Ragusa, just nullified the attack, brought everything back under control. And for the Dutch, They will because what the Dutch as well here, Joe. They also want to try and protect the front of this race, because if this went Chantal van der Broek Black and Ellen van Dijk, they're going to be needed throughout this race today.
Yeah, definitely. So they've sent 2 riders back here for Van der Breggen, so we can see them there. Another Dutch rider here, just sat in second wheel, not doing anything at all. The American looking around, seeing what she's going to do, but she's got the current world time trial champion, Olympic champion, her teammate out at the back at the moment. So the Dutch riders aren't going to do anything, and we can just see in this shot how much work they've got to do. Like I said, it's a nice position to be in when you can see who you're chasing. We're on this nice sort of wide, fast motor racing circuit, so they can see what they're doing, and these are really experienced riders here. The likes of Ellen van Dijk, multiple team time trial world champion, individual world champion in the time trial back in 2013. She knows exactly what she's doing, so they'll get their team leader back without panicking too much. And they'll have another couple of riders at the front of the bunch in the main peloton, just policing things, just checking no one else makes a sneaky move while they've got the chance.
So there's a good shot there. They've just got to try and get things back under control. So they're about to go through at the end of lap 1. We are all together at the front of the peloton. One of our pre-race favourites and a former world champion, Anna van der Breggen, is chasing to try and get back into the group. She shouldn't have too many difficulties in making the contact. They want to do that potentially before they head back out on the circuit. The riders for Great Britain right in the centre as they go through at the end of that lap. 48 minutes and 49. So there. So Ruth Winder, Ariana Mine, the riders just clicking through as they go through the line. Gives us an idea of where everyone is, and we'll just get a good time gap, hopefully, as the chase of Van der Breggen, just the cars get pulled out of the gap here. Big effort now, you can see it being made as they try to bring everything back under control. The junction is almost made here. So Ellen van Dijk and Chantal van der Broek Black bringing Anna van der Breggen back into the race. They have almost made contact now with the back of the peloton. They're through there at the end of lap 1. And the tough course that we have here in Imola, heading around this famous circuit. Just through these little pinch points as we head back out on to the circuit. Is there, Joe, the difference? You've been in this position in a championship race like this, because we see some races and we look at lap course, which was slightly shorter by about 50k, and the European Championships that we've had as well. Is the pressure completely different when you go into a World Championship like this compared to something like the Europeans? Are they comparable?
I think it's different. I think in cycling, the rainbow jersey is so iconic. We're seeing a little problem there for a couple of riders in this feed zone. But yeah, the rainbow jersey is probably what most cyclists dream of across the disciplines, across the board, across the ages. And it's so special. And European Championships, brilliant. That's fantastic. But to be world champion, everyone understands that, and to be able to wear that jersey, I think is absolutely key. So I think a World Championships would always feel different.
The rider, we're just looking for the aerial shot here. The rider that's looks like just riding herself into this one today is Annemiek van Vleuten. If you weren't with us at the beginning of the race today, that news, the world champion from last year, the defending champion, Annemiek van Vleuten, taking the start after crashing in the Giro Rosa and breaking her wrist, racing with a cast on the wrist. For Great Britain, Anna Henderson with Lizzie Deignan right on the wheel. For Great Britain on your left, the German team on the right with Trixie Worrack, with Lisa Brennauer right behind her. So the German team today: Lisa Brenner, Catherine Hammes, Romy Kasper, Franziska Koch, they have Mieke Kroger, who was struggling a tiny bit on the climbs. We saw her getting dropped off the back. Leanne Lippert and Trixie Worrack, who's on the front. Leanne Lippert could be a good bet today.
Yeah, definitely. Really strong climber, Leanne Lippert. Currently leading, I think, she was leading the Young Riders competition in the Women's World Tour. She was leading the World Tour early in the season. But yeah, she's definitely one to watch. And we've seen the German riders towards the front of the bunch a lot. Like you mentioned, on the left of the screen, we've got Anna Henderson with Lizzie Deignan. I also saw Anna Shapley at the front of the bunch as we went over the line. And she's a really exciting young rider, just 19 years old, first year senior. Has signed with the Bowles-Dolman team for next year for 2 seasons. So, really young, making that transition into the World Tour and riding her first Senior World Championships. So brilliant to see her get to the head of the field there. And she's a rider that I think, she's from Glasgow. She's relatively new to the sport. Been racing a few years, but she's a rider that has said herself she really wants to focus on climbing. And what a course here today. What a chance for her to sort of see where that level's at. Across the world, with the best riders in the world here today, and it'll be really interesting to see her development over the next couple of seasons with that big World Tour team.
It's interesting because Magnus and I were talking about this the other day, and women's cycling has always been the pro peloton. You've always had to be a bit of an all-rounder, haven't you, to be able to, because of the nature of the races. When you see someone like Anna coming in, wanting to focus on climbing, do you think as the races develop and we get more exciting races coming into the pro calendar, do you think riders will be able to specialize a lot more, and we'll see someone that's really just a mountain goat, and someone just being able to be brought in because they're a time trialist?
I like to think so. Yes, and you're right. Traditionally, in women's cycling, you've raced every race. Whatever type of rider you are, you can be racing, a flat, windy race in Drenthe in Holland, and then you can be racing the Giro later in the season with all the climbs. And that's just been the way it is. You do a bit of everything. But I would definitely love to see the sport develop over the next few years to be able to have riders able to specialise more. And you definitely have riders able to specialise, but you sort of still find yourself racing the other events. So we're just seeing a problem here for the American rider. We saw her attacking early, then we saw her have some problems in the feed zone, just having a little problem here trying to get her team car. But yes, I'd really like to be able to see riders really sort of focus on what they want to focus on. You should be enjoying elite sport as well. And if those are your favourite types of races, I think definitely if you want to be able to focus on them, it would be really great to have an environment, have a team where that is possible to do that.
Krista Dobo-Hickok at the back, while her teammate Taylor Wiles on the right there, just sitting the tempo on the front. Rider just cutting the grass on the right there, just trying to move up towards the front of the race. We're heading back out on the circuit to, we'll just get an idea where Anna van der Breggen is. She got brought back in by the teammates. It looks. How are you feeling so far in terms of it? Looks like it's going to be quite a difficult circuit to try and control this race on, potentially. Yeah, I think very tough. I think we've not seen any of the big teams really put a proper amount of effort in yet. We're seeing all sort of usual suspects making their way to the front, but the 2 climbs haven't really been raced up yet. So I think it's going to be really interesting when we see those big names sort of come to the fore and put the hammer down. Like we said, particularly our eyes on the Dutch squad, they have got so much strength, but they need a tough race. They do need to make it tough for the likes of Anna van der Breggen and Annemiek van Vleuten to really come into their own. They don't want to risk having a sort of big group coming to the finish. Although they have got some good sprinters there, it still would be quite a risky sort of tactic. So I think some of the big name teams are going to have to think, when do we want to make our effort? When do we want to try and split this race up? It's a long race. We've still got 111 kilometres to go on this tough terrain. But I'm feeling like, we've had the first lap. That's the nervous lap out the way. The field has whittled down a little bit, and this could be where we start to see some racing happen. So potentially, as we get inside that 100 kilometres to go point, we'll see which teams start to really attack on this tough circuit that we've got. Starting to see the team of Spain moving themselves up towards the front as well. Mavi Garcia has, oh, she's back in. I completely take that back. Mika Kroger, she's found her way back in there. But definitely the time trialist, the track rider here for Germany, struggling on this course today. Team of Spain that we've got up towards the front. Mavi Garcia, Sarah Martin, and Mika just showing the effort of this circuit so far. But again, it shows that, doesn't it? Just using those descents, trying, even if you can, each time you get dropped, just get back in, even if it's to be able to just bring a bottle up to your team leader, or just be able to get back in and do a kilometre or two on the front. It just saves that little bit of power for someone a little bit later on, and for someone like Mika, we know what she's like. She would just ride till she just collapses in the field at the side.
Yeah, definitely. Incredibly strong rider there, the German rider Mika Kruger, and she's made a big effort here to try and get back to this bunch. And yeah, definitely, she'll try to do something for her team. We've got some really good riders there for the German team. We mentioned Leanne Lippert, but also Lisa Brennau, previous medalist in this event, but never actually champion in the road race. Champion previously in the time trial, but not the road race. So it'd be interesting to see what she can do today. I think she was quite pleased with her time trial performance on Thursday. She's been outside those. I think she came fourth, but she said that she was pleased with it because she's sort of in the ballpark, and she perhaps hadn't felt that she'd been in the ballpark for a while. So a strong German team, and yeah, Mika Kruger trying to make her way back to do what she can.
Heading towards the next climb, we've got these two climbs on the course. The Mazzolano, which is the first climb along the route, and steepest at the bottom, maximum gradient of 13%, and that's the one that we're heading towards next. 2.2 kilometers in length. It's that climb. Spain in those yellow and red jerseys, all up towards the front. Mavi Garcia, if you're with us for Strada Bianca. It's a rider that's looked really strong throughout the opening part of the season. Mavi still managed to ride within the top 10 in Giro Rosa, but she did the Tour of the Ardèche right before, and I think perhaps some of those riders that we saw really come back on absolutely stomping form were starting to maybe look a little bit tired when they went into Giro Rosa. It looked like, for me, Ardèche was maybe a mistake for Mavi Garcia.
Yeah, well, the Tour of Ardèche is an absolutely brutal race. I have strong memories of that from many years ago. Incredibly hilly, a really, really tough stage race. And I was really intrigued to see how she'd ride in the Giro Rosa, having done that. That it's no easy task to have was it 1 or 2 days in between the two stage races, make the travel over to Italy and then compete again. And it's testament to her to be able to do both of those. But then also it's the question with the team, like, was that a wise move? Was that what she wanted to do? Was that a team saying she had to? I don't know the answers to these questions, but definitely, she wasn't coming to Giro Rosa fresh, but I was still really impressed with how she was riding there, considering having that other big stage race in her legs. It's not the famous one, it's not the Giro, it's not the one that everyone's heard of, but it's a really tough race all the same.
Road goes up, and you can see here 2.5 kilometres to the top. You've got Team of Belgium on the right. The Martelak from Poland, they'll be working, you would expect. For Kasia Niewiadoma's got to come into this one as a pre-race favourite. Lizzie Deignan is being kept very much to the front of the race by Anna Henderson. Has won the world title in the past as Lizzie Deignan. So the team of Great Britain, she'll have this Great Britain team completely ordered today, though, won't she, Lizzie? She'll come into this. She'll know exactly what she wants to do and when.
Yeah. So she'll be able to say to riders, it's your job on laps 1 and 2 to do this, or it's your job on that 3 and 4 to do that. Obviously you need to be able to adapt during a race and make the calls out on the road. Lizzie's really good at that as well, but they've got a nice versatile team, a sort of mixture of youth and experience. The two Barnes sisters, Hannah Barnes and Alice Barnes, of course, you know, pretty experienced now at this level, both pro riders for a few years. Lizzie Banks sort of still developing despite being one of the elder riders, you know, still relatively new to the world of pro cycling. And then the two Annas, Anna Henson and Anna Shackley, both quite young, but, you know, we've already seen Anna Shackley at the front of the bunch and Anna Henderson multiple times at the front there. So, you know, really showing that they belong here at the World Championships, which is brilliant to see. Brilliant to see that sort of pathway, especially for even younger riders thinking they want to aspire to be at the World Championships for Great Britain, to be able to see riders, you know, maybe just a couple of years older than them, already making that jump into the elite women's race at the Senior World Championships.
Anna Shackley, former national champion of Scotland. Here comes Krista Dobell-Hickok. We saw her attacking on the circuit and just trying to ride her way back into the group here. It's Krista that just gets back on there. And this is where, when you get into that point as well, you've got to be, if you've got, again, American team, it's trying to move up where you can on this and not end up on the because you can see it right on the back of the group here. It's ending up on those descents where we saw it on the previous lap, where it was all stretched out and then having to, you know, repeatedly close those gaps. It's just trying to, I know it's easier said than done, isn't it, trying to find your way through on a climb like this.
Yeah, she looks like she's definitely got the legs to work her way up this bunch, but she's a little bit stuck at the back at the moment. So the runners at the front aren't racing this really hard, so it's not strung out. But like I said, when you're on the descent, that can be where you really sort of lose gaps and, you know, lose time, and you can be following a wheel and look up and realise that there's a massive gap to the group in front, and you think, you know, oh God, what can I do now? So yeah, you definitely want to be towards the front if you can, but we're seeing a very tightly packed bunch at the moment, and it is going to be difficult for anyone to sort of really make you know, any difference in terms of getting further up the bunch at the moment. She just snuck up the right a little bit there. She's got off the back, but still a long way from the front of this group, as we're just sort of seeing slopes of 14% here. So yeah, pretty steep at the moment.
As indeed, the team of Germany are lining this one out at the moment. Front, just keeping their steady tempo, and then on the right, starting to see those jerseys of Canada getting themselves up there. The flags blowing across this climb. You can see the wind direction here. The New Zealand fans are out for Michaela Harvey, who's not far from the front. So Niamh Fisher-Black. So in there, you can hear the riders constantly shifting through the gears as they try and find the right one. On this climb, 13% is the gradient on this one. No one at the moment wanting to try anything daring. When we click through that 100 kilometers to go, it's kind of trying to pick things off, isn't it? And when you're in there, is that 100k to go point your first checkpoint?
Yeah, I think psychologically that makes a big difference. You know, especially when you're a junior, you're growing up doing all the races sort of around, you know, maybe 60, 70, 80k. And it's a big jump into the elite women's races. And, you know, we've seen races as far as 170k, the Giro Rosa this year. So very, very long stage there. But the sort of 140k mark, back in my day, that was actually the limit for women's races. And we're now obviously seeing a World Championships and many races longer than that. So definitely psychologically less than 100, that makes a big difference.
Now we're starting to get the start of a move here. Valerie de May, it should be, looks like, from Belgium. Was looking like she was lining up to try something. Kept herself right up towards the front. So good to see the colours of Belgium. It's just starting to jump away here. Romy Kasper. Maaike Kruger, rather, the rider on the back of the group, who's really having to dig deep and work hard to stay with this one.
Yeah, no reaction from the peloton to that attack whatsoever. So that's really interesting. No one's thought, you know what, I want to take this opportunity to get myself off the front. It's an interesting move. You know, you don't really want to be away by yourself, but there's been a tactic there to make an attack. And, you know, you would have thought that would naturally speed up the peloton, you know, initiate people to come across. We're just going to see a repeat of the move here. She comes up, a few riders look at each other, you know, is anyone going to react? No one's bothered whatsoever. I'm going to just keep going on way, and I think Hannah Barnes was pretty much almost on her wheel there, but yeah, no reaction whatsoever. In an ideal world, if you had a few riders go away in this situation and could work together, that's actually a really nice position to be in when the race really unfolds behind. You've got like that little bit of a head start, and almost the race can ride up to you. But on her own, this is going to be a really tough day out, completely solo. But it could, provide a launch pad for someone else to come across to her a little bit later on.
Valerie de May rides for CCC Liv on the road. 26 years old from Belgium. First real attacker today in the Elite Women's Road Championships of the world. Circuit, 5 laps of this 28.8 kilometre circuit gives 143 kilometres today. So the first signs of a move here. If I think maybe if she gets about 30 seconds, it might possibly tempt some riders, maybe from some of the smaller teams, to try and get away.
Yeah, definitely. So we're seeing here 20-second gap to the peloton. So she's brought out that gap very quickly, and completely on her own. We didn't see a reaction there from the bunch, but there'll be a lot of riders thinking, should I have done that? Was that a smart move? Was it not a smart move? Still 106 kilometres to go, so still a long way to go, but this bunch sort of almost ominously, not reacting at all at the moment. Everyone looking at each other, who is going to take the initiative? I can just see, I think, Hannah Barnes for Great Britain moving up to the front there. Yeah, she's coming to the front there, just taking her position alongside, just in front, Anna Henderson there. So there's 3 British riders on the left of your shot. I'm seeing no Dutch riders here at all at the moment, so interestingly quiet from them. 3 German riders, a Spanish rider, but yeah, nothing from the Dutch at the moment. No reaction from the Dutch or the Italian teams.
No, Roby Kasper rolling out tempo for Germany. 30 seconds is our solo attacker, our first move of the day that's managed to get any sort of advantage. Valerie de May from Belgium, could see her off the front, and that team, the Belgians, have been in good form. I was surprised to not see Lotte Kopecky in this one, but again, there's been a lot of. It's been quite tight, a lot of the races recently.
Yeah, so Lotte Kopecky taking the stage at the Giro Rosa last week, which was a brilliant result for her, and the Belgian National Championships, I think. But yeah, not a rider we're looking at here today, but instead, yeah, Valerie de May, like you say, 26-year-old from Belgium, off the front, 34-second gap now. So yeah, over 30 seconds, a nice big gap as we're seeing the British riders on the front.
Hannah Barnes and Anna Henderson are descending on the front for the team of Great Britain. They'll be working for former champion Lizzie Deignan as the gap to our solo leader heading towards that 100 kilometre to go point. The Brits have got this peloton lined out, with Valerie de May off the front for Team Belgium. And it was great to see Hannah Barnes back on good form last week. Just missed out on a stage in the Giro Rosa. It was out-sprinted by Marianne Vos on that one. And for me, I don't know about you, Joe, I think for me, having watched the sort of evolution of Hannah's career, I just hope that second place that she took, she only missed out narrowly to Marianne Vos, that it just maybe gives her the confidence back in herself that her team and her teammates have in her.
Yeah, definitely. I think cycling is as much a psychological game as it is a physical game. I'd literally say 50-50 head versus legs, and just having a little confidence boost can really, turn your season around. And Hannah Barnes, brilliant, consistent rider. We probably previously thought of her as mainly a sprinter, but becoming more of an all-rounder, becoming more competitive on different courses. And it's really interesting to sort of see where her career can go now, and what she's going to end up doing. But you're right, taking a second place narrowly behind Marianne Vos, like you say, at the Giro Rosa, hopefully a really good sort of confidence boost for her. She's a rider that's really good at her positioning, really skillful. So it's always really interesting to watch her race and see what she does. But as we're looking now, you know, the gap down to 22 seconds to this rider off the front. So the British girls getting to the front have made quite a difference, taken more than 10 seconds off this lead very quickly.
Valerie de May, you're alone. This gap. Hope that riders perhaps start to come across to her now. You can see just shifting between the brake levers and trying to get as aero as possible on this bike. I think looking at the way she was when she went and when she was looking around, I think she was expecting a much bigger reaction to her move than she got.
Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting. I'm literally seeing no Dutch riders here at all. So we're seeing Lizzie Dyke in the centre of the shot there, having a little chat with Anna Henderson. So the three British girls there in the middle. We keep seeing the Germans towards the front. Now seeing the French on the right of the shot. But it's a few riders back that you see the first Dutch rider. I can just see Anna van der Breggen on the left of the shot there, about halfway down the peloton. But they've clearly decided they're not going to worry about this. And it's an interesting tactic because it's like, whose responsibility is it to chase? You know, I think, you know, we've all been talking about the Dutch team, we've all been talking about the Italian teams, and I think a lot of other teams will be thinking, well, you know, it's not our job to do the chasing. And as I'm saying that, I'm just seeing Anna van der Breggen move up slightly on the left-hand side of that picture there, but still no real concerted chase here, and 26 seconds for the lone leader.
De May just trying to build on this advantage now. The USA are also very much to the front of that group behind. May is pressing on as you would expect with this one. She will head towards the next climb with the Cima Gallisterna. 24 seconds is the advantage for our lone leader, Valerie de May of Belgium, attacking on that Mazzolano climb. The second lap here in the Elite Women's Road Race Championships from Imola. Starting and finishing on the Enzo Andina Ferrari Autodromo. We're in the Emilia-Romagna region. Groups chasing again to try and get back into the peloton. This is pretty much the pattern that we can expect for most of the afternoon until the real big guns start to make their moves.
Yeah, it's tough being in this position, sort of yo-yoing off the back, but then being able to see the bunch and, you know, having to make that effort to get back on because you can see them and you can get there, only to suffer again on the next climb. So yeah, tough position to be in, but like you've just said, the real big names haven't really been putting the hammer down yet at all. Just seeing a couple of Spanish riders come towards the front. So there's a bit more movement in the bunch now. There's a few teams thinking we need to get ourselves up the front, and I've just seen a Dutch rider up there as well, but no one trying to bridge this gap here to Valerie de May. She's got 22-second gap now, so it has come down a bit from that sort of 34-second maximum sort of gap that we saw. But yeah, it's interesting because it's almost like, you know, who planned this? You know, no one probably quite thought she was going to get away on her own like this, and I think she's a bit surprised as well. She's looking around thinking, where are they? Are they going to come and chase me? Is someone going to come across? And, you know, what do you do in that situation? You don't want to give up that sort of gap that you've got, so you've got to keep going.
The way the Dutch are riding at the moment, the 8 riders, they're such big names as well that it's almost neutralising things in the fact that everyone's sitting, waiting, looking at the Dutch, thinking they've got the biggest team. We've got to be careful. We don't want to waste any energy in case the Dutch go. But then the Dutch are sitting back, going, "Well, we're quite happy in the way this is going." So there's that the dominance that can sometimes almost cancel out the aggressive nature of the racing sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. It really is quite intriguing. And like we said, it's a long race. There's these 2 tough climbs each lap. We're just approaching that 100 kilometres to go mark. Anna van der Breggen in the centre of the shot there. Amelie de Dirksen for Denmark, previous world champion back in 2016 and medalist in 2017. Lizzie Dyke on the left of your screen there. So a lot of riders looking at each other. Also, I think that's Alyssa Longo Borghini on the right of the shot for Italy. Just behind her teammate there, so a few of the Italian riders making their way to the front as well. A lot of people looking at each other, no one quite sure who is going to make that next move.
Ashley Moolman-Pasio from South Africa, she's also well to the front. Just caught a glimpse of Niamh Fisher-Black from New Zealand. Good to see her getting herself up there. That's first benchmark, we would say, that first tick on your handlebar stem, the 100 kilometre to go point. We're not far away from clicking through that one. The next climber along the route is the Cima Gallisterna. So the riders are just getting themselves into position, ready for that one. Taylor Wiles on the front for the USA. Ruth Winder is not far from her. Fernanda Yapura from Argentina. Oh, got a problem on the left there. Was that Ruth Winder? I was just saying, the Americans. We got an issue on the side for one of the Americans. Couldn't quite get a glimpse of who it was.
Yeah, and the gap tumbling down now, just 12 seconds. And I think that's just coming from riders trying to get themselves to the front of the bunch here, trying to get themselves in position for this climb. So 13 seconds now to our lone leader, but there's not a real big chase effort. I think it's just everyone trying to get to the front of that bunch, and the bunch just naturally speeding up at the moment.
For that gap, just tumbling on this climb, just stretches out in front of us. You can see there, beautiful shots of this climb. And this kind of just climbs gently before it kicks into the really steep part, and 14% is the maximum gradient on this Cima Gallisterna climb. Lone leader just holding 8 seconds, so the natural flow of the circuit here is, and the tempo being set on the front by the teammates of some of our big favourites, is what's just dragging that lone leader back into the fold here. Back to the front, Neve Fisher-Black, Trixie Warrack, Taylor Wiles. Up towards the front, Katia Ragusa in that blue jersey for Italy. Christine Majerus not far from the front in that light blue and white jersey on the left of your picture there. From Luxembourg, Michaela Harvey up towards the front here as well. So the two New Zealanders are keeping themselves into a good position. Both had a great Giro Rosa. Michaela Harvey taking that Best Young Riders jersey. Neve Fisher-Black just missing out on a first big World Tour victory. As Valerie Demey is in sight of the peloton, you can see that the climb just starting to really bite into the legs of our lone leader.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that gap's come down just from the natural speed of the peloton, picking up there as riders are trying to get themselves to the front. Still no one trying to make the move. I mean, the graphics there saying 13 seconds, but I'm not sure how accurate that is. Obviously, the shot can be a little bit misleading, but the bunch still just look at each other a little bit. A couple of Americans there at the front, perhaps considering making a move, but no one actually using that launch pad to go across to Valerie Demey at the moment. Probably a little bit early on this climb to be wanting to make your move. But yeah, interesting race. Everyone just biding their time a little bit.
There's one of our Polish riders, got a bit of an issue at the back. They're just coming to a halt there on the climb. So just getting going again. Her teammate Kasia Niewiadoma, we've earmarked her as one of our potential favourites, is Niewiadoma. Third in the Europeans, fourth in La Course, second overall in the Giro Rosa. So the Polish rider is on great form, and this could be a course today that could really suit Kasia Niewiadoma as this race goes on. Just leaving Valerie Demey just out there as riders just getting tailed off the back of the group on this climb as Mika Kruger rather, battles to try and stay in here. Gotta have so much respect for Mika Kruger, the way she's managing to just keep getting back into this group here. We would expect nothing else from her though.
Yeah, exactly. She's battling on. She's not letting it go whatsoever. Doing everything she can to get herself back. And yeah, just seeing Valerie Demey here, still going, still holding a bit of a gap. I was wondering whether someone would sort of almost use her as a sort of launch pad to go to. We're less than a kilometre from the top of this climb now, but of course it is Very, very tough climb. No one quite willing to make their move. And it's interesting you mentioned Cassini Udoma as a rider to watch today. You know, I think this terrain really suits her, but I'm wondering whether she needs a harder race. You know, we have still got 99 kilometres to go, but perhaps we need to sort of see some of the bigger teams launching some moves soon to really sort of try and break up the rest of this big peloton that we've still got.
We've been seeing she's been battling Vieru Gebru for a 23-year-old from Ethiopia. She's took some medals last year in the African Championships, silver medals in the road race and the time trial. She's definitely fighting all the time to try and stay with this peloton. 15% you can see now is this gradient. The tempo here, we're inside 100 kilometers to go, but you can bet that in laps to come, we won't be riding up this climb like this.
I think they don't want to catch her at the moment.
Circuit.
I think they're sort of
it almost looks like that.
letting her hang out to dry. I mean, at the front of the bunch, they really aren't. You know, it wouldn't take much to just sort of push on and just catch her. But I think a few of the teams, you know, want someone to be away, want to have another team have to make that effort to chase. So it's almost at the moment that they're just trying to run up this climb steady. You know, that gap came right down as they came into it, but right now no one's making that effort to close that gap. You know, that would then open it up to counter-attacks and, you know, could change things. So at the moment they're just letting her hang out to dry there, unfortunately.
It's like Audrey Courdon-Ragot, not far from the front for France. We'll see how Audrey's feeling today, the French rider. Managed to finish Giro Rosa. Demey, tempo, great shot of Valerie Demey. Still the two New Zealanders just keeping their rhythm on the right of the just on the left of the peloton now as we look at them. Just that gap just coming down under 10 seconds here for Valerie Demey. So as we head round here, we'll go back towards the circuit now for the end of lap 2. We had those fast descents. Let's have a look at the front of the peloton. So still Ragusa. There's Elisa Longoborghini, the second Italian rider. Ashley Moolman in the green and yellow there of South Africa. He'll be looking for a good finish today. Will the rider from South Africa? It's not really had the. I was trying to look back through the form. Not really ever really had the finishes you'd expect in a world champs from Ashley Moolman. Maybe the course has never been that severe enough for her.
Yeah, well, like we were talking about before, about, you know, being a climbing specialist or whatever, she really is one of those riders that is a real climbing specialist, and she's a fantastic climber, and, you know, she takes those opportunities when they come, but in terms of World Championships, perhaps it's not been quite the right course for her over the years. And I think that's the fascinating thing about the World Championships. Every year, they're different courses, they're slightly different length races. Same with the time trial as well. It's not a standard length or a standard course, and, you know, each year it can suit somebody differently. And I think I quite like that about road cycling, that it's not, you know, a set distance in a set way, you know, like we obviously see on the track. So very much different opportunities for different riders each year. Once again, my main comment here is I'm seeing no Dutch riders at the front whatsoever. I'm seeing them a little bit further back in the peloton. We saw Annemiek van Vleuten, a shot of her just a few moments ago, but at the moment the Dutch team aren't making any effort to sort of initiate any moves in this race whatsoever. They're letting other teams do the work, letting other teams ride on the front. They're probably quite happy that another rider's off the front, and it's up to other people to decide to close that gap if they want to.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the peloton as we go through here. Remember, as we saw those shots the previous lap, it was starting to really stretch out, and we had the tempo on the front by the likes of Anna Henderson from Great Britain, who was stringing the peloton out on the descents. No reaction, as Joanna said, that they're just leaving Valerie Demey out to dry here at the moment at the front of this. If you're just tuning in for the first time today, welcome aboard. This is the Women's Elite Road Race Championships from Imola. We're on the starting and finishing in the Autodromo Enzo and Dina Ferrari. We're in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. We have this great circuit here, 5 laps of this circuit, and last year's champion Annemiek van Vleuten taking the start. A brace on the wrist, took the title ahead of Anna van der Breggen and Amanda Spratt. who will run out the winner today. And that reaction from Taylor Wiles on the descent has brought everything back under control with the USA. Plenty of options to play today. The US, they got Ruth Winder and Corin Rivera in that team. Lauren Stevens as well, another rider that we haven't really talked about yet. Lauren Stevens is on great form, is the American.
Yeah, and also Amber
She took the overall in Ardèche.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Lauren Stevens, like you say, on brilliant form at the moment as well, but also worth mentioning Amber Nabin, 45 years old. I think the oldest rider in this race. Previous world champion in the time trial twice, I think, 2008 and 2016. So had a very long, very successful career. So options for the Americans, definitely.
Olivia Balesike on the back there for Lithuania. Clearly got a few issues on the backs of the legs. Got that kinesio tape on the backs of the legs. For the rider from Lithuania has chased just to get back into the group now. Lona Meertens here in this group from Belgium. So he's trying to get back in. And Catalina Soto from Chile is the rider just in front. We are inside 96 kilometers go, still all together at the front of the peloton. I've got to say, the kit of Chile, my favourite. I've got to be my favourite. It's so cool, the Chile kit.
Yep.
Right on schedule.
And there it is, right on schedule. Yes. No, it is pretty cool. Back when I was a junior, it was always interesting to see if you could try and swap a set of kits with another nation at the World Championships. There's always a debate of what's the best kit. What do you want to try and get a set of? But no, Chile kit, pretty cool.
Did you have a favourite that you managed to score?
I didn't actually manage to get myself a set, but I think it would have been quite good to have got a set from the country you were competing in. That would have been quite nice. Like, say if you're competing at World Champs in Belgium, to get a sort of Belgian set of kit or something. But you get some kits that are really iconic and barely change over the years, and then you get other kits that change a lot. So the Great British Cycling Team kit has changed wildly over the years that I've been involved in the sport. I definitely got my favourites and the ones I don't like quite as much, and the ones that make my life hard as a commentator as well. But right, the kit like the Dutch kit, iconic in the orange. New Zealand kit is always really nice, that black. So I do like that when a sort of nation keeps their kit quite similar and quite simple as well.
Belgian kit it's so iconic as well. The blue of Belgium. I think that and the Aussies. I think if anyone tried to ever change some of those kits, especially the Aussies, I think there'd be a national uproar. I think if they tried to change that kit. Yeah,
definitely green and gold. Very iconic for the Aussies as well. I've just seen the Belgian kit there at the back there, number 63. So yeah, no, it's always nice to look at the different kits, and like we said, we don't see these throughout the season because we see riders in their trade team kits. So it is always nice to look at the sort of national kits, which are always then different come Olympic Games as well, because your kit at Olympics is always different. It's not so for Great Britain, it wouldn't be your Great Britain cycling team kit, it would be the Team GB kit. So slightly different branding there, and different kit again to sort of get used to looking at.
I've got a bit of a national jersey collection. I used to love collecting them. I've got that really dodgy Russian jersey that was like purple, white, yellow, and I can't remember what other colours it was, but it's do you know one of those kits? It's so bad it's good.
Yes, I know what you mean.
It's definitely one of my favourites. Not that I wouldn't go out riding it too often, but yes, it's very 80s. Let's just maybe say that. Very 80s, 90s kind of thing. You didn't ever have to ride in the green Great Britain jersey then that someone decided to rock out once?
Very much before my time as well. So no, didn't get that one in my collection.
The peloton still all together. It's the team of Germany. Trixie Worak on the front here for Germany. Now starting to see the orange of the Netherlands coming through towards the front. Alison Jackson now for Canada. This is a serious move now by the Canadian, and did a great job as well. She's come out of the Giro Rosa, did some serious lead outs in that one. Did Alison Jackson. So now we're on the attack here. This is a decent looking move now, and are we starting to get some reaction behind? Still the team of Germany on the front, but so no one really wanting to take these up when these solo riders go.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So, yeah, like you say, we've seen the German team at the front a lot. Actually, very little of the Dutch squad and very little of the Italian squad. And yeah, again, no reaction to this. Peloton more than happy for someone to go off the front. No one trying to go with her. No one trying to bridge across. And I don't think a real effort on the front to really chase her. We should get a time gap soon, but we can just see on this wide shot that she has. She's got a good gap there. We just see her at the edge of the shot on the right, and then the peloton on the left. So she brought out a good gap quickly, and yeah, no huge reaction there from the peloton.
She's a great rider to follow on social media if you want someone to be entertained by. All Action Jackson, I think she is on social media. So give her a follow if you want to be entertained. There's certain riders in the peloton that are really fun to keep and follow on social media, and the Sunweb rider, the Canadian, is definitely one of those. Getting a bit of line out here from the peloton. 10 seconds is the gap from the Canadian. Alison Jackson back to the group behind. Took a stage win in the Tour of Scotland last year, did Alison Jackson. Look around there at the fronts. Kasia Niewiadoma for Poland, just moving up on the right. Arlena Sierra from Cuba is also very much front. That's another one of my favourite kits, Joe, is that Cuba kit of Arlena Sierra. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Jackson pressing on, no reaction. We're still waiting. The Dutch, the might of the Dutch. This team of Annemiek van Vleuten, Floortje Mackay, Amy Peters, Chantal van den Broek-Black, Anna van der Breggen. If you were with us right at the start, Anna van der Breggen had to be brought back into the peloton. Ellen van Dijk, Demi Vollering, and Marianne Vos. You'd look down that group though, and any one of those riders could potentially win on this course.
Yeah, you're right, and I think that's why we're always talking about that squad, because they've got such an incredible squad that, you know, it's hard to know who to look at. And I think if I were competing in this race on a rival team, I would be wondering, you know, who do I follow, who do I look at? You know, it was quite clear that Van Dijk and Van der Broek-Black went back for Van der Breggen when she had a mechanical issue, so perhaps those two aren't the team leaders today. But yeah, full of options. But yeah, interesting that no reaction there to Alison Jackson's attack. Just seeing a few riders here who I think are just out the back of the bunch. And here's the main peloton now on the screen.
I think that was May Lang from Estonia. That was we just saw on that climb. As Sierra moves up here, follows on the descent. Back to our solo leader now, Alison Jackson from Canada at the head of the race, just looking to try and potentially spark a reaction from the peloton behind. This rider, and we've got one rider, just two riders just flipping off the front here. Is this Romy Kasper and Arlena Sierra? I think this is kind of more from Kasper, maybe more just great descending skills that's managed to take them clear.
Yeah, so we had seen the German squad at the front a lot, and you know, I'm not sure whether that's a real move to try and get across, because they don't look fully committed at that stage. But two riders there now chasing our lone leader Alison Jackson. You know, she's getting a clear run of this descent now on her own, taking the corners at the speed she wants to, taking the line that she wants. Absolutely no one else to worry about. Back in the bunch, they will still be jostling for position and still be trying to keep themselves in the right place. But you know, she's got a clear run of road here.
Amy Peters comes up towards the front for the Dutch. So now we're starting to see a bit of power, a bit of pressure on the front now from the Orange, the team of the Netherlands. Katja Ragusa looking around here at Audrey Cordon-Ragot from France as we head back in towards the iconic Imola motor racing circuit. Great job they've done to pull these championships together. Jackson is looking around. It's Amy Peters right on the front. So Anna Henderson not far away. Looks like Leah Kirschman, teammate of Alison Jackson, that's also just moving up towards the front of the group. See who the team of Canada potentially defending for today. We're back onto the circuit at the end of the second lap, and it's the Canadian that's leading on the circuit as they swing through these corners. And looks like Alison Jackson's decided, as no one's come up to her, that she doesn't feel like a day out there on her own.
No, exactly, yeah. It was a nice move to make, and again, you'd expect perhaps someone would react to that, or go with her, or try and counter, but we're seeing the bunch, strung out there at the back, so a lot of riders working hard towards the back, but at the front they're sort of spread across the road, so a real contrast between being at the front and the back of this group, as we're seeing a few riders sort of get themselves back into this main peloton, taking this swooping corner, a few riders trying to get in the right position, and we're just seeing a few more Dutch riders coming to the head of the field, but still we're not really seeing the race on from those big names yet.
It's always interesting when you look at a rider like Alison Jackson get off the front, go through the descent, get back onto the circuit, doesn't want to ride on her own, because there's riders, you being one of them in your career, you loved the solo breakaway.
I did. I had a solo breakaway once where I almost got caught, perhaps this sort of gap that we're seeing on the TV. They were that close behind me, but I kept going, kept my head down, and then sort of drew out a big gap again. Picked up a load more Queen of the Mountains points on the day. But yeah,
Brown.
attack here from Australia. Gone straight past Alison Jackson. She's now reacting, trying to get back on, but big wide road. She went on the other side of the road, came straight past her. Alison Jackson got a little bit of work to do now to try and get back up, but this is perfect for her. She'd love to have someone else to ride with, and the two of them can work together. So hopefully, just ease off the pedals a little tiny bit there for the Aussie, and they can sort of come back together and work together now.
Good move. Grace Brown gets up to Alison Jackson. So two riders now at the front. Jackson was a sensible move there. Just took the pressure off. Thought, I'm going to get caught. Grace Brown now makes the move here for Australia. So now two leaders. So with Canada and Australia at the front. So the Aussies starting to show themselves here on the circuit. Starting to stretch the gap out. 88 kilometres to go. They're going to go through the line this time. And we've got 5 laps in total. We had the move of Valerie Demay. Jackson went. When you start to get the likes of the Aussies and Grace Brown off the front, we might start to see a bit more attention paid to this one.
Yeah, definitely. And that was interesting. It was almost exactly what I was talking about almost getting caught, but then actually not, and being able to sort of keep going again. So I think Alison Jackson was working quite hard to hold the wheel up there. So we'll see how she's getting on. I don't know if she is able to come through. And if you can see on the shot now, quite a big gap to that peloton. We haven't yet got a time check, but they need to come round that bend and then up to them. So they've drawn out a nice big gap, the two of them.
Grace Brown, we see her working a lot for the Mitchelton Scott team, and former national time trial champion, stage winner last year in the Tour Down Under. Grace
Fifth
Brown
on Thursday, the time trial here.
Yeah.
So very, very good form at the moment. So yeah, why not use that form?
And do you think it gets well with the Aussies without Amanda Spratt? Because Amanda Spratt went down in that same crash with Annemiek van Vleuten. Didn't break anything. She's got concussion, which she's not able to compete in this one. It gives the Aussies a little bit more freedom potentially in this, because you would have expected them to be working for Spratty today.
Yeah, definitely. So Amanda Spratt, really good climber, medalist in the last 2 years at the World Championship. She had a silver and a bronze over the last 2 years. Definitely would have been their sort of lead rider here, but I think they've got quite an open tactic now. They've got a strong team of riders, but no one that you really highlight to say, that is one of the big favourites today, which is a nice position to be in, because they can go on the attack, they can ride aggressively, and they're not the big team that everyone's talking about. As I say that, I'm just seeing a shot of Lizzie Banks on the left of the screen now. That's the first time we've seen the other Lizzie, British rider, come to the front of this group today. Lizzie died in the centre of the shot there. So I'm interested to see how Lizzie Banks can do today. Obviously working for the British team, but still very, very open race.
It is indeed. Amelie Deirdrickson is going to lead them through as well. Maria Novlodskaya also up towards the front of this one. Mika Kruger grabbing a gel on the back of the group. So we've gone through the line for the second time here. 85.8 kilometres to go. Seeing the team of Denmark up towards the front. Some of the soigneurs going to attempt handing up a bottle at this speed. No easy task at all, trying to hand up a bottle at when the peloton is going at that pace. We have two leaders, a breakaway group of two. Are we going to see more reaction from the peloton behind? .26 seconds is the time gap from our two leaders. Australia and Canada are the two nations at the head of the race. 26 seconds they're showing is that time gap back from them to the chasers behind. As we get out onto the climbs, we'll see what the reaction comes from that group behind. Amelie Deirdrickson on the front here for the team of Denmark and the Danes today. Amelie Deirdrickson, a former champion. But, of course, Cecily Uttrup Ludwig, you would say, on a climbing course like this, Uttrup Ludwig could be someone that you would put up there as a potential favourite in this one. Ruth Winder comes through towards the front with Taylor Wiles right on the wheel. And now the attack goes. Big move here, goes in. So Taylor Wiles makes a move for the USA. Reaction comes right. Katia Ragusa right on the wheel. Amy Peters is right in there.
Alice
Christine
Barnes
Majerus,
as well.
Alice Barnes, yeah. Alice Barnes just getting on.
Yep, so and Hannah Barnes now just making that front group as well. So that's the first time we've seen an attack and, you know, a real sort of quick reaction. We've just got a problem here for one of the Dutch riders as well.
Couldn't quite see who it was. Taylor Wiles pressing on here. Two British riders that have made it into this group. Is that Juliette Labousse that's also in there for France? Let's have a look and see who we've got the issue for. So our other Canadian riders is dropped off into the side there. That's Sarah Poitevin. Back to our two leaders. 13 seconds is the gap with that chasing group right behind them. The helicopter's just going to pan back here. We'll just see what the gap is in real terms. Good move now by the Americans. So the group here just starting to get away. So we as we head towards the next climb along the routes, so as we head towards 80 kilometers to go, we're definitely starting to get some action at the front. I think it'll be long now before these two leaders get some company in the form of that chasing group behind.
Yeah, and that was the first move we've seen that there's been really a proper reaction and riders wanted to sort of go with it. So that move from Taylor Wiles just then, there was a number of riders across a number of nations, straight on her. And the previous attacks, people have just sort of let that go and been quite happy with that. But no one was keen to let Taylor Wiles get any gap then.
Not at all. So let's have a look at that group behind. There's some good names that have made it into this chasing group behind. The Barnes sisters have made it in there for Great Britain. Alice and Anna Barnes are both in there, along with Amy Peters. Our two leaders are about to get some company from this chasing group. Alison Jackson and Grace Brown. So Hannah Barnes just moves across to the right-hand side of the road there for Great Britain. Looked like Lisa Brennauer, potentially, that's in that group. We'll have a look when the camera goes back. Some bigger names starting to make the move off the front of this peloton.
Yeah, definitely. Getting a bit more exciting now, so we have got less than 3 laps to go. So this is where we're going to really see a few legs hurting at this point. 83 kilometres to go, and some of the bigger teams really thinking now is the chance to sort of make some big moves. We mentioned Christine Majerus in that group as well. She's someone that we talked about at the top of the programme, at the start of the race, as someone who's, you know, in a great position to be able to follow these moves, and you not have to be the one doing any chasing or any initiating, but she, you know, she's free to follow these sort of moves. And yeah, a few runners represented there, and currently not much reaction from the peloton.
No, I think Suzanne Anderson is another rider that's made it into that move. The reaction here comes from the jerseys from Russia. Some of the other nations now start to try and get into this move. Pressure on here. So the team of Italy. Anna Henderson not far from the front. Back up is Lisa Brennauer that's in there. So we've got Lisa Brennauer, Amy Peters, Taylor Wiles, Alison Hannah Barnes, Christine Majerus, Katia Ragusa, Suzanne Anderson is also in there. We're getting the graphic now. Ragusa, Brown, Barnes, and Labouche is in there. Jackson, Anderson and Majerus. So we've picked all of them off. Lisa Brennauer, big name to get in here, Joe.
Definitely, and you know, we know she's coming back into some good form. 4th in the time trial on Thursday. You know, we're starting to see the Lisa Brenner that we're used to seeing. You know, the rider that's been a previous medalist in this event. I think back in 2014 she got a medal, and when Pauline Ferrand-Prévot won. And yeah, she's gone on this move. You know, it's relatively early to be in a move like this, but it's also a good position to be in if you think, you know, perhaps if you feel you're not going to be able to follow the likes of Van Vleuten and Van der Breggen on those climbs later in the race. You can be in a move like this. You know, quite a big move, quite a big group to be in. You're sort of ahead, and you can almost let the race come up to you. And you know, I reckon if she were here, she can, you know, not have to do too much work. And also Leanne Lipper, her teammate who we've spoken about, is back in the bunch as well. So that sort of takes the pressure off the whole of the German team, who have been so attentive throughout this race. They've always been up the front there. They've always been on the lookout for what's going on. And now they've got Lisa Brennauer in this move. They can almost sort of relax a little bit knowing that someone is there. And I think we're just seeing a group of Dutch riders, a group of orange jerseys on the front left of that bunch, just sort of all getting together. That's the first time we've really seen them all together like that.
The riders just trying to get back in here. Catherine Hammers from Germany is the rider moving across on the right here. So the reactions coming behind. You can see some Spanish jerseys trying to get up there. So for the Dutch, you've got to look at Amy Peters is one of those riders, and when you look back to when she took her European title, she's one of those riders that she got away in that breakaway group, away all day, and they know can outsprint any group when it comes into a finishing kick.
Yeah, she's another one of those sort of really versatile all-round riders. She can ride well on any terrain, you know, known for having a fast finish. And I think, you know, if you're in a breakaway with her, you'd be definitely looking at her thinking she's going to be the one to potentially be winning this sprint. But yeah, good on a variety of terrain, and really good teammate to have. And obviously excellent when she gets the opportunity to go for races herself. And like you say, the European Championships last August, it was, so just over a year ago now, she won that title in 2019, which was a brilliant win for her.
This 18 seconds is the gap back from our breakaway group. See riders just moving up, trying to get on the inside of that corner. That tight bend, that little hairpin as we come through there. 80.9 kilometres to go. There's a great shot here from the back of the group. It's our rider here, Julia Borgström from Sweden. Just tries to get back in there. 3 riders in there for Sweden today, Hannah Nilsson and Lisa Norden, who are in that group. Distance there to the start of the second climb on this lap. So we're starting to see the race come alive now. The Chima Gallersterne is the next climb, 2.3 kilometres in length. It's maximum gradients kicks up to 14%. Holding here at 22 seconds. The Dutch team from the Netherlands, they know they've got a rider in there. Plenty of nations now represented in that front group. It just takes the pressure off the other riders, the team that have missed out, you would say here, looking at this group. Denmark haven't placed anyone in here. Let's just go through that. So Amy Peters, Katia Ragusa, Lisa Brennau, Grace Brown, Taylor Wiles, Alison Hannah Barnes for Great Britain, Juliette Labousse from France, Alison Jackson from Canada, from Norway Suzanne Anderson, and Christine Wajeras from Luxembourg. That is your breakaway group. So some good names that have made into this one.
Yeah, Spain being a big nation to have missed out there as well.
So
I'm just seeing a couple of them at the front. Great use of the British team though to have 2 riders up there. That really takes the pressure off them. We just see Lizzie Deignan there about sort of in 4th wheel in that peloton, just following everyone else. No pressure on her shoulders now with 2 teammates in that front group.
It's Gloria Rodriguez that's on the front for Spain with Mavi Garcia right on the wheel. There's the group. Mavi Garcia now makes a move to try and get across to that leading group. Gets launched here, does Mavi Garcia from Spain. She gets onto the back of this breakaway. This is a name they won't want to let go. The group this big, also almost you've got to get a big gap quite quickly, or it almost now, when you get to a climb like this, it almost just becomes too big a group, and the gaps between, it's too cumbersome to try and get to work.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're on a climb like this, it makes less difference working together as well, because you're all dragging yourselves up the climb. So it's tough terrain anyway for anybody to race on. So it makes a little bit less of a difference being in that sort of size group. But yeah, we're seeing that gap to the peloton come right down. Mavi Garcia goes straight across. But I think if I were one of those riders ahead now, I'd be thinking, right, I've got a little bit of a lead for the race to almost come up to me. But the peloton weren't seeming to be too keen there to sort of close any of those gaps.
Taylor Wiles on the front. Mavi Garcia's made contact here for Spain. Ragusa has a big glance over the shoulders to see if they're starting to come back up to them. So Spain now represented in here. That's a good move, but a big name again to get clear early on. We know what Mavi Garcia can do from that big sort of audacious move that she made in Strade Bianche.
Yeah, Mavi Garcia really made a brilliant name for herself in what we had of this season, and definitely a rider that a lot of people are talking about. And she's come straight up here and straight to the front of this group. She's looking over, seeing what's happening behind, and thinking there's not really any reaction. So you know what, I'm going to go with this for now.
It is a good move. Hannah Barnes looking comfortable for Great Britain. Just pedaling up there. Alice is also in good form. We had Hannah up there in the Giro Rosa, but Alice was second on the final stage of the Tour of the Ardèche, so comes into this race on with some good form, some good racing in the legs. As riders and groups getting tailed off here. In fact, those constant chases, this race really starting to come alive here for the team there of Denmark, the teammates. So Amelie Deirdrickson, Julie Leth, just getting dropped off the back of the group. Alicia Gonzalez is also going backwards here. Julia Bidiakova. No big names in trouble here. It's always with that the reason why we're seeing the back of the peloton all the time. Just keeping an eye on whether any of our big names are having a rough time in there, but no one at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think, just worth pointing out, I think Alice Barnes has dropped out of this group and gone back to the peloton. I'm not seeing her there. I'm just seeing Hannah Barnes for Great Britain in that front group now.
Yes. Nicely spotted. Can have one Barnes too many in a breakaway sometimes. It can confuse things. Us commentators, we're easily confused a lot of the time.
Taylor Wiles still
Taylor
working
Wiles
harder on the front.
She's looking good, isn't she?
Yeah. She's the one that really initiated this move, and she's still the one really driving it, really working hard. Amy Peters looking quite comfortable there. Hannah Barnes looking quite comfortable. No one else really sort of being made to do any work here. Just seeing. I can see the bunch at the back of the shot here. That again, they're almost not making an effort to make this junction. They're almost happy that this group is away, and almost looking, who is going to be the next one to make a move. They almost don't want to bring them back at the moment.
Looks like Grace Brown that is also going backwards out of the leading group here. There's a great shot of your leading group, and I think for anyone that really follows the peloton and follows the racing, Taylor Wiles is one of those riders, isn't she? She races for Trek Segafredo now. Classy rider. She's got some really solid victories in her career. That's what makes a World Championship special, is the days where you get to see Taylor Wiles, where she can ride for herself in a way, get her opportunity, and really show her form.
Yeah, definitely. So we're used to seeing her, like you say, working for her Trek Segafredo teammates, and that's a supremely strong team with some really big names in it. But of course, she's a brilliant rider in her own rights, and it's nice to see her have the freedom to go on the attack here. We've seen some aggressive riding from the American team across the board today. Of course, missing out Chloe Dygert, who came fourth in this event last year. But she's got that really familiar style, and she's the one driving the pace up this climb. No one else is really keen to sort of drive the pace. They're happy to follow her, happy to follow the pace that she is setting. As I said, she's actually dropped back, and Amy Peters has come to the front. But 28 seconds now to the peloton we're seeing on our graphic, and we're less than a kilometre from the top of this climb.
It's a good move with there's Grace Brown. Just back of the group here, 30 seconds, the peloton just behind, and doing the right thing, just riding her tempo to the top of the climb, because if the peloton don't react, Grace can potentially just descend back onto the group.
Yeah, definitely. So now she can ride within herself, get herself up the rest of this climb best she can. We've got 800 metres to go, so there's not too much further, and then she can put herself sort of in a good position in the peloton. So sort of no need to really sort of panic at the moment and try and chase that front group, and just sort of accept she can sort of gradually come back to the group, but still ride the climb at her own pace. And we're just getting a nice shot here where we can see the climb go up, but we can't see that leading group, and the 30-second gap, they are now just out of sight, which psychologically makes such a difference. It makes such a difference when you're in that breakaway, because you look around and you can't see the bunch looming behind you. And also for the peloton, when you've not got that character chase, it does change things somewhat.
It does indeed. Lauren Stevens for the USA, defending for her teammate Taylor Wiles, is on the front, right in the centre of the group, trying to control things. Good to see Lisa Norden still in there for Sweden. We mentioned her right at the beginning of the race today, the Swedish rider wearing 103. As world-class triathlete as well, as took a silver medal in the London 2012 Olympics in a photo finish in the sprint in London in 2012. Lisa, former under-23 world champion in triathlon. She's won the World Series in triathlon, now races in middle distance, does the half Ironman events as well, does Lisa. So switches backwards and forwards. Taylor Wiles on the front, this group now. Perfect timing for Mavi Garcia of Spain to get herself up into this group. The likes of, you'd look at this group as well and think that there's certain nations that might be in here. Great Britain with Hannah Barnes, perhaps Amy Peters for the Netherlands, that are thinking a little bit, maybe 30, 40, 50 kilometers time when the big moves go. If Anna van der Breggen or Lizzie Deignan start to go, they're already in that breakaway group. They can do that massive turn on the front on one of these climbs.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. They're already up there. So especially if you're a rider that thinks, you perhaps might not be able to follow those real top climbers on the climb. So say you're working for Lizzie Deignan, say you're a British rider, and you think, perhaps you're not quite a strong a climber, but if you're in that breakaway, you're there, you're ready and waiting for when the race comes up to you. So a lot of riders will be quite happy about this, because they've got a rider from their team up there ready to help them when's needed. We're now seeing 1 minute 12 gap on the graphics at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, it's gone out really quickly. The work, rally interference, just the tempo on the front on that climb from the various nations. Chantal van den Broek Black is on the front for the Netherlands, has allowed that group now to go out to just over a minute. The peloton are descending, heading back in towards the circuit. Good breakaway group with 75 kilometers to go. Anna van der Breggen comes to the front for the Netherlands. Lizzie Deignan is not far away from her. Ashley Moolman and Ruth Winder also up there. What they have got to be careful of is, and again, what we love about the tactical game is letting this group, if it gets 2 minutes, the likes of Mavi Garcia, who we know can ride, who rides a great solo breakaway, they've got to be they've really got to be careful on this one. They've really got to try and manage this group with, right down to the fine details.
Yes, it's easy to sit back in the peloton and think, right, I've got a teammate up there. It's all good, but that's assuming everyone almost behaves and does what you expect them to do. And like you say, a rider like Mavi Garcia, she's not afraid to go for it and go on the attack and stick her nose out in the wind and make things happen for herself. So it is a really interesting group of riders here. A lot of riders that will be keen to take this opportunity. 74k to go, so we are approaching almost sort of the halfway mark of this race at 143k. So still a lot of racing to go. We're seeing 47 seconds to a chaser and 1 minute 32 to the peloton. So drawing out a big gap now over that bunch.
Are indeed, but heading back down towards the circuit. Taylor Wiles of the USA is going to lead through here. Juliette Labousse, Amy Peters, Hannah Barnes, Mavi Garcia, Katia Ragusa, Lisa Brennauer, Christine Majerus and Alison Jackson. The shot here of the peloton. They're just trying to kind of collect themselves a little bit. There's a bit of chat going on now at the front. We're starting to see quite a few orange jerseys up here. There's a bit of discussion going on amongst the Dutch team.
Yeah, I think that was Marianne Vos just came out the left-hand side of the bunch there. But yeah, sort of a few of them gathering towards the front now, having a little conversation. What I think is quite interesting is that we always talk about the Dutch team and how strong they are at the World Championships, but they almost seem to not let that pressure get to them and still ride the race how they want to, and they haven't felt they have to be the ones riding on the front all day, because they don't. Despite the fact that we're all talking about them, they've still got their tactics and their race plan, and they're still executing that how they want to.
They are indeed. Here you go, Mavi Garcia, Juliette Labousse. Graphic just showing that it was all started by this rider from Canada. Alison Jackson made that move. Grace Brown, who we would say is probably the chaser in that gap, she was still off the front of the peloton on the climb. So again, not managing to stay with the group on that climb. And the peloton at 1 minute and 22 seconds as the riders, the breakaway goes through the feed. The Women's Elite Road Race Championships here in Imola. The head of the race, 56 seconds to chase at 1:23. Back to the peloton. And some big names, some riders that we would have had up there as pre-race favourites. So we've got the likes in here, the American Taylor Wiles, Suzanne Anderson is in there for Norway, Hannah Barnes from Great Britain, Lisa Brennauer from Germany, Amy Peters from the Netherlands, Juliette Labousse from France, Alison Jackson is in there for Canada, Katia Ragusa is in here for Italy, and Christine Majerus from Luxembourg. That is the makeup of your group. Back to the peloton, Krista Dobell-Hickok is now on the front here for the USA. Interesting tactic there from the USA with Taylor Wiles in that breakaway group.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the American rider's been racing aggressively all race really. We've seen a few attacks from them, and yeah, interesting to try and make that move when they've got a rider up there, but maybe just keen to almost keep that breakaway in check and keep it at a sort of bridgeable distance of one of their leaders. So could be all sorts going on there, but as we're still seeing 1 minute 20 as the gap from the peloton to this group.
There is that communication issue as well in a world championship, because no radios.
Yeah, so you need to be able to make decisions on the road, communicate well with your team, move around the bunch and speak to different riders as well. You know, there's all sorts of challenges, and the more experienced riders will be really good at this. They'll know how to manage that. They'll know how to work with each other well. But like we've been saying, you know, you're not working with these other riders throughout the season when you're with your trade team, so it is an adjustment to make. But definitely, as the bunch thins down, that makes that easier. It makes it easier to communicate with each other and sort of decide what you're going to do. But definitely at the moment, everyone taking chance, take a little drink, take on something from that feed zone, and in no real rush at the moment. We've got 2 Danish riders at the front there, but otherwise no real urgency from the peloton at all.
No, 132 is the gap from our leading group, and so one of the riders that has been very, very quiet throughout today is so far is Annemiek van Vleuten.
Yeah, we've barely seen her, which I think is often a good thing, because it means you're not on the front or on the side or off the back of the bunch. If we're not talking about a rider, that means they're hiding really nicely in the wheels, they're saving energy, and you know, that is what you want to be doing in a 140k road race. You don't want to be using up any energy too early on. So she's obviously riding very well for us, you know, not to have spotted her really up till now.
Of course, this race just starting to really come to life at that half distance point. So the helicopter just flies across here to show you our breakaway group. The team of Denmark, Cecily Ludwig is in there right on the wheel in the centre in the red and white jerseys, with Amelie Deirdrickson. Grace Brown has just been riding a steady tempo here, waiting for them to catch her.
Yeah, and I think that shows sort of the lack of urgency from the bunch, that we saw her get dropped from this group, you know, having done so much work to sort of initiate the move and go across to Alison Jackson earlier, that it's taken them a while to actually come back to her. She's just going to get swallowed up by the bunch now. Anna Henderson there from Great Britain just coming past her. But yeah, not a lot of urgency. Just a few riders looking at each other. I'm seeing a lot of Danish riders together at the front still. Obviously, Cecilia Ludwig, the Danish rider, good, you know, really like a course like this. She's a really strong climber, but you know, a really good all-rounder. Had a brilliant ride at the Giro, so I'm definitely looking towards her on this course today.
Yeah, they're one of the nations that have missed out on this group. It does add another nation into the chase with now that Grace Brown has been swept up. That opens things up and puts the Aussies back into the mix in terms of the chase.
It does, yeah, so that can change things slightly. I think I would still be really intrigued what the likes of Van der Breggen, Van Vleuten and Alyssa Longa-Borghini are going to do. So they've got obviously riders in this group from the Netherlands and from Italy. So they've got a teammate up there, but you know, they want to win the bike race. So at what point later on in subsequent laps are we going to see them, you know, make their move and try and get across? So I think the riders in the bunch are wanting to keep this breakaway within striking distance for those sort of riders. So riders like, you know, Van der Breggen and Van Vleuten, you know, can make that jump and go across when they choose to make their move.
The aerial shot here to see who's up there. Just seeing Lizzie Deignan just towards the sort of mid part, front part of the bunch. Taylor Wiles is leading this group. Amy Peters, Katia Ragusa, Lisa Brennauer, Wiles, Barnes, Garcia, Lobus, Jackson and Majerus. Just keeping that steady tempo on this climb. If you've been following the races throughout this the restart of the season, recognise the name of the Spanish rider as well. Mavi Garcia on good form. Lisa Brennauer from Germany. Class act is Lisa Brennauer, former world time trial champion. Great time trialist, can also sprint well. The rider there wearing number 16. Amy Peters, always the kind of outside bet for the Netherlands. They can, if she gets herself into a move and gets close enough to the finish, the Dutch will give her a nod. I think actually we're confident that Amy can take a title, can win a sprint. So good to see her placing herself into the move at the head of the race. Great shot there, just shows the gaps between the front group and the peloton. The riders on the back, just this group peloton just being thinned out each time we go up one of these climbs. Australia, we can see right on cue, the Australian jerseys up towards the front there. Sarah Roy, the Norden of Sweden on the right of your picture there, still in the group. Our rider from Chile as well, this Soto, has got herself back into the group. We see quite a few riders that have fought as they've been distanced on these climbs to get back in. On a course like this, could sometimes just take a while as well for the legs to just wake up.
Yeah, definitely. So it's always a challenge, I think, when you're coming into a major competition like this to get your taper right, especially when you're used to racing week in, week out. Perhaps you've ridden the stage race as well. So for the riders that have raced the Giro, they've done a 9-day stage race. Now need to think, how do I recover from that, but then still be good for today's race? Like, you don't want your body to go completely into recovery mode. You need to keep active. You need to be able to still have that spark on the day. And it's really difficult. It's something that I found in my career. Getting that taper right so that you feel good on race day is so difficult. And it can be different every taper that you do, every time you prepare for a big competition. You know, your legs react differently to the training. And it's a real art trying to get that right, and sometimes you get it wrong. We're just seeing here a little bit of trouble there for Alice Barnes, the British rider, just struggling at the back there. She was in that breakaway earlier today. But yeah, like I say, getting your legs right on the day is difficult. The beauty of a road race is that you've got 140k to be able to ride into it. So if you are coming in a little bit too fresh, you can sort of ride into it in that sense. Very different if you're preparing for a time trial when it is, that all-out effort from the start.
The distance today as well that we've got, different to those sort of shorter races that were already under 100 kilometers, because those sort of races, they just kind of, especially things like the Europeans and La Course, just kind of seem to go from the gun, didn't they?
Yeah, so we see in women's cycling quite a variety of distances these days. Just in the Giro Rosa itself, a wide range of distances from one stage to the next. And it does change things. It does change how the race is ridden. In general, I think distances in women's racing are pretty good. I don't think you need to really be going longer. I think the shorter races have more action early on, but obviously there's still a place for long bike races, that long attritional race that's really going to sort everybody out. So World Championships being 143 kilometres this year, I think that's a pretty standard distance for a World Champs. Don't think we've seen any much longer than that at all. I think 140 tends to sort of be around the maximum for this sort of thing. But it's a pretty good distance to have a hard race but not be out there too much longer.
Our breakaway group working hard at the front. We just saw as well Sarah Martin from Spain just starting to get distanced at the back of the peloton as well. The under 23 Spanish champion. Great shot from the side there, just showing our group here. They're holding this one now, 120. Now we see Annemiek van Vleuten at the front for the first time. The Dutch rider there, riding with a broken wrist. You can see that brace on the left hand. Kasia Niewiadoma in the centre. In the red and white of Poland, Elisa Longo-Borghini starting to come up towards the front. So this time, this is the first time, Joe, that we're starting to see those sort of big names: Longo-Borghini, Niewiadoma, and Van Vleuten. And Van der Breggen's not far away. Michaela Harvey in the black jersey, in between the two Dutch riders. Ruth Winder there from the US. We're starting to see some serious serious contenders is the wrong word, because we've got some serious contenders in our breakaway group. But our pre-race favourites coming up towards the front here.
Yep, you're right. So a lot of the big names, that's the first time we've sort of seen all of them gather at the front. It's interesting looking at the different styles. Annemiek van Vleuten riding, all of this climb seated from what I can see. Other riders in and out the saddle. So unclear whether that's because of her wrist, she's not able to get out of the saddle, or whether that's because she's choosing how to climb it. So few varying styles, but none of them really going for it yet. But like you say, all coming to the front at a similar time for the first time, really. So all looking at each other, seeing who's going to make that move.
1 minute and 15 is our gap. This group, this peloton, being thinned out on every climb here on the Elite Women's World Road Race Championships today. This 28.8 kilometer circuit. Said it was going to be an attritional race, and that is what it is giving us. We've got a really decent leading group, some big names that have got themselves off the front, some outsiders, you could say, that if this group managed to get anywhere towards the finish, that they're holding it now, Joe, this gap. They're not letting a minute 15, if they let them started to get maybe 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, then it kind of it changes the dynamic considerably. They're starting to just control this now.
Yeah, definitely. So it had gone up to about 1.5 minutes, which I think probably was about the maximum some of the bigger teams were happy to let it go to. So they are sort of keeping it in check, keeping it under that 1.5 minute sort of barrier. No big reactions, no big chasing effort at all from the peloton. Just sort of keeping it in check. Just don't want them to get too much of a gap too quickly, and then it sort of be unbridgeable.
Elisa Longo-Borghini being defended at the front here. Erika Magnaudi is towards the front there, helping her teammate. It's getting smaller and smaller all the time, isn't it? This peloton behind. It's a great shot there. So 121 is the gap from that leading group. When will we start to see that move? This is going to be the test, isn't it, for the defending champion, for Van Vleuten, with that wrist brace. Does she have that having that power in the arm on these climbs to get out the saddle and attack?
Yeah, definitely. And she spoke in her interview about how she feels safe, and she's done tests with her wrist, and she feels okay to race. But I think it's always different actually in a bike race how it actually feels. You can try and replicate it. You can try getting in and out the saddle and making those sort of moves, but actually when you're racing it is very different.
Eugenia Bujak off the front now, starting to chase. There she is on the right, makes a move. Bujak wants to try and get up to this group. Great time trialist is Eugenia Bujak. Away all day, missed out on that stage win in the Giro Rosa on that longest day to Lizzie Banks. Races for the LABTC Ljubljana team. It's a considerable gap, 121, to try and close, though, isn't it, on your own, even if you're a good time trialist like Bujak?
Yeah, it's a tough one to try and close by herself. I think she would have perhaps been hoping that someone else would come with her. But having said that, she is really strong. We saw a brilliant result for her at the Giro Rosa when she was away with Lizzie Banks all day in that longest stage and took second place there behind Lizzie Banks. So, she's a really good rider, and she's thinking, I'm going to take the chance while I've got it. And, she's going across here. We'll have to get a time check and see how she's doing. But when the bunch aren't reacting, she doesn't really want to stay there and wait for the real big name riders to go solo, because that will be really challenging to follow. But if she can get herself up there on her own, and then wait and sort of bide her time for the rest of the race to ride up to her. I think the riders I'm probably most concerned about at the moment would be the likes of Cecilie Ludwig for Denmark. She's got a few teammates there, but there's no representation in this front group. So they're one of the big teams, well, one of the big name riders that hasn't got a teammate in this group. Similarly, Kasia Niewiadoma, Polish rider, no Poland representation in this group either. So I think those are the teams that you'd be looking at thinking, well, it's their responsibility to do some chasing now. But then also the question is, are the Dutch happy with Amy Peters here? Are they happy to let her do that, or do they want to bring it back? And it's 1:38 now, the gap to this. So I was saying before how they were keeping it under that 1:30 sort of check, but it's going up again now.
We'll see how this pans out. I'm really pleased to see Katia Ragusa getting in there. Actually, she impressed me in the Giro Rosa. Did the Italian rider? She works a lot. We see her working a lot for Arlena Sierra to lead out for Sierra. But as the Giro went on as well, we started to see Ragusa getting herself up there, and she's not had any sort of massive results in her career. Quite a young rider still, the Italian, but doing a great job here for Italy today. We're seeing Elise Chabi coming up here for the Swiss. They're another team that haven't got a rider represented in that front group. Little hand up there by one of the Aussies. They drop back down through the group. Norden pedals back on here for Sweden. Is it a lot? We're seeing the motorbike with the blackboard with the timings on here. Without the sort of radio communication, it must become a lot harder as a rider in there to keep things, potentially to defend things and keep things under control. But kind of what makes the world champs all the more special, perhaps, the unpredictability of it.
Yeah, definitely. We love a bit of unpredictability. We love a bit of, what's going to happen, how are they going to react to this? It keeps the racing really open, so that's exciting. Definitely in terms of keeping an eye on the blackboard, again, that's a bit of a skill as well. Looking out for that motorbike, reading it when you get the chance, not missing it, communicating with your teammates if they perhaps haven't seen what the time gap is. So, a lot of skills there that the riders that are used to riding in these pelotons, that are sort of seasoned pros will be better at. But yeah, another challenge again. We've got this graphic on our screen. We could easily sit here and say, oh, the gap's gone up from the breakaway to the peloton, but they're not getting that instant feedback in the same way that we are.
2 minutes. So 1:18 to Bujak. The rider you would say, can she time trial across this gap? There she is. Good time trialist for Slovenia. So having a glance back constantly just to see where the group is behind. Back to our leaders: Amy Peters, Katia Ragusa, Lisa Brenner, Taylor Wiles, Hannah Barnes, Mavi Garcia, Juliette Labous, Alison Jackson and Christine Majerus, if you are just joining us. Great Britain, Anna Henderson, Lizzie Dygan and Lizzie Banks on the right. Kasia Niewiadoma in the centre. Marta Luck on the front here for Poland. Looks like Sarah Roy is looking for the team car. There's the supporters of Poland along the sides. Great Britain starting to move through. The Italian team, we're slowing things down on the front. 2:11 is the time gap from our leaders. So Italy coming through now. They need to be confident in Ragusa to let this one go out very much further.
Yeah, definitely. That's an interesting one and a sort of difficult call to make. And you need to be, I think, in the bunch now, the girls can be honest with each other as teammates, thinking, how their legs are feeling. You can feel great before a race and you can feel great in the week up until a race, but sometimes on the day, you just feel completely differently. So being honest with your teammates about how you're feeling and realistically what you can do. And I think they are in a good position that they have a rider up there, but we're almost sort of relying on the smaller teams now to keep this breakaway in check, and now they've got a 2:15 gap, and if the Dutch and the Italians don't do any chasing, it's going to be a lot of hard work for the Polish team, the Danish team that are smaller, not quite as strong teams here today. So it'll be interesting to see how the Italians let this one play out, because I'm not sure if they're going to be completely happy with the current situation.
Great shot there of peloton on this descent. The makeup of that leading group, Great Britain, they would know that Hannah Barnes would be a good bet in that leading group, so they're happy to let this one go. The team of Norway are through here. USA, they've got Taylor Wiles up there. The Aussies, they had Grace Brown. Lizzie Banks just on the right of your picture there. Second rider in the line there for Great Britain. 2:13. They got to control this one as we hit that, especially as we sort of hit that 50 kilometre to go point and 40 kilometres to go. They're going to go through at the end of lap 3. Tough circuit. It's been a great circuit so far today, hasn't it?
Yeah, 2 really tough climbs, and it's difficult because the race, the terrain is that hard that you don't want to put in those big efforts too early, because you've got to do 6 or 5 laps of this course, 2 more laps after they finish this loop. So it is a long, tough day out for these riders. Currently, everyone with a rider up there is sort of quite happy to sort of wait for others to make a move, and we're seeing Bujak here made a brilliant move here, but she's just dangling in between the 2 groups now. So she's a minute 17 behind this group, and then it's 2:16 back to the peloton in total. So she's sort of dangling almost halfway between the 2, which is it's a tough day out, but she's making a good effort of it nonetheless.
She's indeed. Our time gaps, they're just taking them off the screen, just see where they are with our breakaway group. Beautiful area that we are in for these World Championships. It's, the chase starting to look a little bit more serious now. At 2 minutes and 16. As Joanna said, the team, you would think of Denmark, of Cecily Uttrup Ludvig, maybe need to. They might need at some point, if this gets to 2.5, there might be a few discussions at the front of that group between the nations who need to maybe put someone in that chase and start contributing.
Yeah, and it's really the Dutch team and the Italian team that you'd say have really got the firepower to do that. The British team to an extent as well. I think the British team are probably trying to take advantage of the fact that they're not one of the two big teams that everyone's talking about, and they don't really want to do that chasing at the moment, and they're probably quite happy that Hannah Barnes is there. But yeah, it's the Dutch and the Italians. At what point are they going to think, actually, too much here, too much for our leaders? But then also, perhaps they trust Amy Peters to win the bike race. She is a brilliant sprinter, as we've said. So it's a real game of poker at the moment. Who is going to make that move?
That's a great shot, isn't it? The peloton descending in towards the circuit. The breakaway group are on the circuit, and it's Christine Majerus that's on the front for Luxembourg. We were talking about her earlier on in the day. It's brilliant. We said early on, she's such a brilliant tactician, the rider from Luxembourg. Yeah,
she's put herself up there, ready for when anyone else sort of comes across. And she's a really good all-round rider that we spoke about before. Also rides cyclocross as well, very skillful, also pretty fast and very good technically. So a few strings to her bow, really, so we can see what she wants to try and do as we get into the last 2 laps of this race.
So jerseys from Norway there, Great Britain in the centre. Ragusa, when we saw that shot a moment ago, Ragusa was skipping turns in that front group for Italy.
Interesting, yeah, that's a really interesting point. When someone stops riding, that's really quite key. They probably had a sort of tactic from their team to be in that breakaway, but actually now not contribute. Perhaps she's not the favoured rider for Italy. They've got someone up there, but the Italian team really wanting that breakaway group to come back a bit now and to really sort of have a more manageable gap, I think, than 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
As everything starts to come into focus, the bike there of Katia Ragusa on the back of the group here. Taylor Wiles leading out. Some of the early riders that got themselves into this move were dropped. There's our chaser, 109 down. It's got just over a minute on that group behind. It's going to take her perhaps maybe another 20k potentially on her own, plus to get onto this group here.
Yeah, that's a tough position to be in there for Bujak. And we saw a few shots there of the Italian rider not working in that front group, and now this is the first time we've seen for a while the peloton being strung out, and Italy on the front of this peloton now chasing.
Here come Italy. Germany are up there. They will have confidence in Lisa Brennauer. Ellen van Dijk now moves through in the orange of the Netherlands. Ragusa just can ride on the back here. This is clearly the tactic. Jackson in front of her, Majerus, Anna Barnes, Labous, Brennauer, Peters, Garcia, Taylor Wiles. She always does a huge amount of work in any move, doesn't she, Taylor Wiles? It's just in her DNA.
Yeah, and she was one of the ones that really initiated this move to go across and make this happen. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot of work from her. Currently, no one really having a word about a rider not doing any work. So, everyone probably sort of accepting that's going to be the case. Just seeing Lisa Brennauer as well from Germany just sort of drift to the back there. Is she going to stop working as well? It's all getting quite tactical now.
Indeed. 2 laps to go as we go through the line. Here is your chaser. She's on her own, Eugenia Bujak, former winner of the GP Plouay in her career, and for the team of Slovenia today. She's won stages of the Thuringen stage race. It's a lot of prestige in those victories with races such as Thuringen. That's another great stage race each year that carry a victory. A victory in that, definitely shows you as a classy bike rider.
Yeah, Thuringen Rundfahrt stage race that's been running for many years. So a race with quite a lot of history. Not quite as famous as the Giro Rosa, but a race that a lot of riders take very seriously. And yeah, very prestigious to have a couple of stage wins there, certainly.
Eugenia Bujak from Slovenia is going to go through the line. Can she get herself up to that breakaway group? She's still the gap. Still holding fairly steady. It looked like it was sort of a minute 11, minute 12 as she went through the line. They're showing 109 on the graphic at the top, 224 with 2 laps to go. As we head out of the circuit this time, you've got to think that 2 to go, two more climbs of both of these. This is where the likes of Van der Breggen, Lizzie Deignan potentially, you've got to try it. Leaving it to the last lap is going to be a real gamble.
Yeah, definitely. I think the whole thing is a real gamble at the moment. So we're sort of seeing a real game of poker here. And as they go through the pits there, that is one of the few opportunities on the course where you might have the chance, from someone from your team to give you a little bit of communication that you perhaps might have missed from the blackboard or something, and just tell you, you're doing too much or you're not doing enough in this situation. So like we said, sort of limited communication opportunities here. I think that is Tiffany Cromwell from Australia on the front of the bunch now as they come over the line. We've now come down to 2:07, so she's taken quite a chunk of time off that. But yeah, just 2 laps to go, so not a lot of bike racing left to really make a big difference now. So yeah, it's a real game of poker. Which team is going to go for it first?
56 kilometres to go, and we have 1 minute and 5 to our chaser. 2:17 to the peloton. It's Australia and Tiff Cromwell working hard on the peloton. Back to our leading group. Hannah Barnes for Great Britain, Maddie Garcia, Amy Peters just with the gel hanging out her mouth, keeping herself fed in this one. Christine Majerus for Luxembourg. Alison Jackson, the one that initiated everything, brought this race alive and started this group. Juliette Labous, Taylor Wiles, Lisa Brennauer from Germany, and Katia Ragusa is just sat on the back of the group. Great slow-mo there. Always looks so cool and in control, Hannah Barnes.
She does. She's looking really comfortable in this breakaway. I think sort of trying to have a little look at each rider and sort of see how they're looking. I think Taylor Wiles has been working quite hard. She's been really driving this group. But Hannah Barnes consistently looking good, which is really interesting. You know, if she can stay in this break without having to work too hard, without having to go too deep, that could be really key for Lizzie Deignan later in this race to have a pair of legs. We'll have a rider up there in that group with not completely tired legs.
Through the feeds, the riders from the Soigneurs constantly just grabbing a feed here. Gordon still in there for Sweden. Demi Vollering just grabs the musette from the Soigneur at the side. Corin Rivera in the centre for the USA. Lawrence Stevens coming up for the US in that greeny-yellow helmet. Back to our chaser, 102. Is there a point here, Joe, where you know, as a chaser, that you think, do you know what, I'm not going to make it, or once you're in this position, it's just fully committed and there's no going back?
Yeah, that's a tough call to make, and it's an easier call to make when you've got someone telling you what to do. But currently she is 1 minute and 1 second behind the breakaway, so she's closer to the breakaway than she is to the peloton. So it almost feels like you want to keep going, but she's making it hard for herself. She's working very hard here. So if she does make it there, what is she then going to be able to do? Because she's riding this the tough way.
That gap, a lot to cross on your own. It's kind of almost sometimes when you're about a minute or under a minute is a sort of gap. You think, do you know what, I can close that.
Yeah,
and I can close it quickly.
Yeah, so that's why I thought that previously the big teams were trying to sort of keep this breakaway in around that 1.5 minute sort of gap, so that it was, you know, just about manageable. But, you know, it's gone out to 2.5 minutes now. Like I say, a real game of poker with no one really committing.
If Cromwell moves back through to the front, Ellen Van Dijk right behind her. Here comes Sarah Roy through. Now the Aussies start to look determined in their chase. We're heading towards the final 50 kilometres. We are 2 laps from the end here of the Elite Women's Road Race Championships from Imola in Italy. It's Sarah Roy on the front for Australia. You can see your time gap's 51 seconds from the breakaway group to Eugenia Bujak, the chaser, and 2 minutes and 23 seconds now back to the peloton. And our breakaway group, some good names up there. Taylor Wiles here from the USA on the front, doing a lot of work. Juliette Labousse right on her wheel from France. Hannah Barnes from Great Britain in that white jersey wearing 45. Amy Peters representing the Netherlands in there. You've got Alison Jackson from Canada, Katia Ragusa from Italy, and Lisa Brennauer from Germany. That is the makeup of that group. 47 seconds now for Eugenia Bujak. She snatched another handful of seconds here, Joe.
She has taken another sort of chunk off that, so now under a minute, psychologically that's a lot better to deal with. So I think she can get there, but yeah, it's a tough ask, and it's a tough way to do it. But that does highlight how difficult it is to go across a gap that big, and it just highlights how, you know, tactical it is in the peloton, that they're letting it go out to over 2 minutes, and they're not keeping it in check, because like we said, they're good riders in that breakaway. These aren't nobodies. These are very good riders that, you know, we can be talking about as potential winners of this race. And Ragusa really being the only one that we noticed really not working here. You know, the likes of Mavi Garcia, Taylor Wiles, everyone else doing their turns and still driving this group.
They are indeed. So the Great Britain rider here, Hannah Barnes, is a really a classy bike rider. Hannah Barnes, former national champion. She's had stage victories in the Giro Rosa. She's had 12 victories in total in her career. National champion in 2016. She won the Tour of Valenciana a couple of years ago. This rider here from Italy, not doing anything. And Lisa Brennauer, as you said, Joe, has taken up position on the back of the group here.
Yeah, she's also playing a bit of a tactical game as well. Wasn't quite so noticeable as Ragusa, who sort of really just sat right back there. Lisa Brennauer just putting her hand up there to get some assistance from the car. So it'll be interesting to see what she needs, and if she can have a little quick conversation there with her team manager. We're just getting a shot now of the peloton. They are strong, a little bit strong out now for the first time in a while.
They are indeed. So Tiff Cromwell has done a big job as the rider here wearing number 29. Just put that big effort in now, just starting to drop off the back of the group. And our rider from Poland, a little bit of tear in the shorts, heading towards the next ascent of this climb. We've got 2 climbs on this circuit. The Mazzolano, the Cima Galistone. We would think on this lap potentially could maybe get some moves. You can see Annemiek van Vleuten in that orange jersey with the white brace on the wrist. Marlen Reusser right behind her for Switzerland. Chantal van den Broek Black, Marianne Vos also up towards the front. Groups getting tailed off here on the run in towards the climb. This is a good tell that here, Joe, that the tempo, even on the run in towards the climb, has gone up considerably.
Yeah, that's been really noticeable in this race. The tempo coming into these climbs, we've really seen a real change in pace as riders sort of try and get themselves in the right position, try and get their team leaders into a good position coming into the sort of steeper slopes, and that's definitely something I found before, that, you know, the race into the climb can be extremely hard, and, you know, we're seeing riders really paying for their efforts earlier in the race now with just over 50 kilometres to go. And you can see the peloton still not riding really hard at the moment, but these riders have worked for their teams, they've done what they're supposed to do, and now struggling as we come towards this climb.
And you can see the damage it's doing to the gap. So Eugenia Burjak is at 31 seconds, and the peloton now at 1 minute and 29. Sarah Roy of Australia, one of those riders that's doing the work on the front of the group to try and pull things back. Now it's the team from the Netherlands, Marianne Vos, and the team of Denmark, the red and white jerseys, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig starting to get brought through to the front, the Queen of the Mountains in the Giro Rosa. Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig on really good form coming out of that race, finished 4th overall in the Giro Rosa, did Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig. She's one rider that you look at the way she's ridden over the last couple of seasons, looking at the evolution of her career, she's that rider that just seems to be on the cusp of that really big victory.
Yeah, definitely. A few years ago, she was someone that people talked about as this exciting up-and-coming rider, and, you know, she's really sort of taken that on board as a rider that's, you know, willing to...
Ashley Moorman on the corner.
Crash here.
Ashley Moorman is down here for South Africa. We'll come back to that. So just on the inside of the bend here, we've got a few riders that have gone down. So 2 riders from Norway that have also gone down here. That's like Stina Borgli has also gone down on the inside of that corner. That's a shame for Ashley Moorman at this stage.
Yes, it is, because she's a really strong climber, so I was looking forward to seeing how she'd do in the later stages of this race on these climbs, but no, really unfortunate to see her come down there.
Yeah, we'll go back to, yes, Cecilie,
yes.
When you get to looking at her career so far, she won Giro dell'Emilia recently as well. I think we're just about to see Eugenia Bujak's got the breakaway in her sight. Now, this is an impressive ride. We said she's at such a good time trial, Eugenia Bujak. It's almost cementing that promise, isn't it, for someone like Uttrup Ludwig?
Yeah. So, like you say, for Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig, you know, we've talked about her for a lot of seasons, and she's someone that I think, watching her race, she's not afraid of reputation. She's willing to go on the attack, willing to put everything on the line and see what she can do. And like you say, just missing one of those really big wins, 4th place at the Giro Rosa, so just missing out on the podium, but coming away with the Queen of the Mountains jersey there. So, really exciting rider that is just on, like you say, just on the cusp of achieving something really big, and she's someone that we keep talking about. She's got fantastic personality, she's brilliant for the sport, and I am intrigued how she's going to race the remainder of this race today.
Niamh Fisher-Black moves up. Eugenia Bujak, for me this year, she's a rider that's been a pro for quite a while with BTC City Ljubljana, and they've merged with what was the LA Cipollini team, and Niamh Fisher-Black from New Zealand starts to make a move. The climber here from New Zealand, and Lizzie Deignan reacts. Niamh Fisher-Black, second on the final stage of Giro Rosa last week, just missed out to Evita Muzic It's New Zealand now that are doing the work on the front as we head towards the final 50 kilometers of the Elite Women's World Road Race Championships. 15 seconds and 49. So they have taken chunks out of the gap from this group. They're riding tempo. Hannah Barnes on the backs, just looking back here. As we said a little bit earlier on, Joe, this was probably the tactic to be up here potentially when Lizzie Deignan makes her move.
Yeah, so what a change in the gap from the breakaway to the peloton. Now just 47 seconds. That is a huge change. And like you say, Hannah Barnes just looking over her shoulder, just seeing if she can see that peloton, see what's going on. We've got the team cars here that have been ordered to pull over because they were behind that breakaway, which has now got less than a minute. So they are just keeping out the way, expecting the peloton to sort of make the junction. And you can see the effort the runners are putting in here on this climb. This is a really brutal climb, which the TV is not doing justice to. But you can see the effort these riders are putting in as they sort of grind their way up it.
Demi Vollering is on the front. Corin Rivera just flicks back onto the right. Annemiek van Vleuten. Here comes Anna van der Breggen now through towards the front. 2,800 meters of climbing in total today. It's Cassia Nuvia-Doma is up there. Cecilie Uttrup-Ludwig now moving up in that red and white jersey. Michaela Harvey in the black from New Zealand. That looks like Elisa Longa-Borghini. Now back to the front. Anna van der Breggen, Lizzie Deignan, Cassia Nuvia-Doma. We said this would be the point on this lap where they would start to go. Van Vleuten trying to stay in touch here as Bujak is about to make contact with the back of our breakaway group, but they might get some company, Joe, a lot sooner than she in particular thought they might.
Yeah, some cruel timing here for Bujak. She's just about to make that junction just as I think the leaders are going to come up behind. So Dutch rider Anna van der Breggen looking very strong there on the front, really putting the power down through the pedals and stretching everything out behind her, but now looking over her shoulder, not fully committing yet at all. She's got Lizzie Deignan right behind her, Elisa Longa-Borghini right behind that. We can just see Cecilie Uttrup-Ludwig in the red of the Danish kit just behind that. So all the big names are there, and I can just see Annemiek van Vleuten just poke out there at the side of this group.
Lucy Kennedy of Australia just moving up on the outside. They've almost now got this in their sight. Taylor Wiles still setting the tempo on the front. 21 seconds. That shows how quickly they can pull the gap back when they want to. They just set them out there. We said it would probably come alive on this lap, and it's certainly doing that. Anna van der Breggen is on the front, just setting the tempo that she wants to set here. Deignan right on the wheel. Van Vleuten sitting there. Just that reaction. She was, you can see she was fighting to moving when the move started to go. This is where it's really going to tell now for Van Vleuten, isn't it? If she can sort of make the moves, make the efforts, especially when she might be forced out the saddle.
Yeah, and it's when you're not in control of your effort as well. So if you're setting the pace, you're completely dictating what's happening. But when it's someone else doing it, when it's people attacking, it's in and out the saddle. It's those changes of paces, and those sort of things can really hurt you. Can really hurt the legs. So it was actually Anna van der Breggen, her teammate on the front there, and she was riding hard, but I don't think anywhere near full gas for Van der Breggen. So I still think they're leaving a lot in the tank for the next ascent.
Eugenia Bujak makes contact, comes straight through to the front of this breakaway group. It's going to keep the tempo high now, so makes contact. And then the shot here, Van der Breggen getting some more Dutch jerseys up towards the front. You can see that this group is thinning out, so it's Demi Vollering now that comes through. Elisa Longa-Borghini is in second wheel, gets out the saddle. Vollering is right here. Bujak at the front just takes the opportunity as she gets on to take a feed. Italy are looking good in this group behind. Longa-Borghini poised and ready, you would say.
Yeah, definitely. Longa-Borghini is, going to be a huge home favourite. She sat there in second wheel in that white helmet, in that blue kit for Italy, looking really good, looking relaxed. Has got a teammate with her as well. So good position here for the Italian team now with a couple of riders up there.
I think Marta Cavalli's the rider that's with her. Eugenia Bujak's teammate here. riders trying to stay with them. Spella Kern. Yeah, just going past the various groups on the road here. Still shows just how windy this one is. Italy, 2 riders in here. We'll see if they've got any more teammates in that group. Very much thinning down now, this group. There's your breakaway. Just 11 seconds is the gap as the wind just whips across this climb. Just having a look down the group just to see that. Looks like Corin Rivera still in there for the USA. Still seeing that US jersey in there. Lauren Stevens also still in there for the USA, so they've got some good representatives in here. They've still got, of course, Taylor Wiles in that breakaway group. Following is setting that tempo. Anne Santesteban. Here comes Ellen Van Dijk now moving up in the orange. Audrey Cordon-Ragot for France is also in there. Marlon Russo now pops out for Switzerland. And the 2 New Zealanders, Niamh Fisher-Black and Michaela Harvey. Elena Sierra just trying to come back into the group for Cuba. This Eri Yonomine just goes through our picture, just gets back on here. So plenty of riders in this group. Good to see Corin Rivera still in here at this point, the rider here on the back for the USA.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a rider that I think we probably were able to sprint to early on in her career. All very cute alpacas there. But yeah, Corinne Rivera, extremely strong all-rounder and never want to discount. You know, if she can get over these climbs, you know, very fast sprinter, but by no means just a sprinter. Very strong rider.
She is indeed. There's the gap. So this now, this is starting to become a real select group of riders in that chase behind the team of the Netherlands. Still plenty of riders represented in that group, and also Amy Peters still at the head of the race. Soraya Paladin in here, another teammate of Elisa Longo-Borghini. So in there, Corin Rivera just having a bit of a chat there with Krista Dobell-Hickok, a rider that's she's had some mechanicals. She's chased back on. She's had an eventful day, Krista Dobell-Hickok from the USA.
She has, and she's been on the attack as well. So yeah, very much an eventful day for her. And you said that it's quite a select group. It's still relatively big. I thought it might be more select at this point, but I don't think the big names have really gone full gas yet. It's slimmed down a lot, and that breakaway is now just 15 seconds away. So yeah, it's far more of a select group, but I don't think we've really seen the real fireworks yet.
For someone like Van der Breggen, the tactic of just sitting and setting tempo on a climb like that, it's a good one, isn't it? Because when you're a rider of her caliber, that it just means you can just ride within yourself. Almost in a way, is keep the tempo at nice and high, but she'll know exactly what sort of power, what sort of speed that she can ride at, to just set that tempo and sort of kind of calm things down in terms of people thinking, I'm going to attack, not going to attack because Anna Van der Breggen's on the front.
Yeah, definitely. So she's dictating it rather than having to respond to it, and I think that's, like you say, really nice. You can ride at the level you want to ride at. You're completely dictating how hard that climb is ridden, and she did a lot of damage there. She was clearly very, very strong. You can see why she's the new time trial world champion. But no, I don't think that was her, really putting the hammer down. I think that was her, testing the legs almost, stringing everything out, putting some people under pressure, but still waiting for when she is going to, like I say, so the fireworks are going to start.
Amy Peters on the front, Abby Garcia on the wheel. For someone like Mavi Garcia in here, what's going to be going through the mind at this point in this breakaway group? Because if that chase is going to come, and it's going to come on the climb, it's going to come, potentially, full gas, full tempo.
Yeah, definitely. She needs to not work too hard here. She needs to follow the wheels, just do what she needs to do, and be ready for when they come on the next climb. If that's when it happens, because we know how capable she is, and she's put herself in a strong position to follow those riders when they do come up to her.
Krista Dobell-Hickok on the back. Katrine Allerud also in there for Norway. Good to see Allerud getting still in there for Norway. That's another rider that really rode into form last week in the Giro Rosa. So the Norwegian rider in there. We had a couple of her teammates take a tumble on that descent. We saw them go down with Ashley Moorman. I haven't seen Ashley Moorman back in that group yet, and Stina Borgley. They potentially could still be chasing behind.
Yeah, they could. We didn't see how quickly they were able to get back on their bikes. Ashley Moorman-Passio, really popular rider in the peloton, and I think someone that we'd all sort of been looking at to see what she can do on a hilly course like this. So real shame to see her go down, but intrigued to see how she is and if she has managed to get back on the bike and back chasing at all.
We're heading towards the next climb on the route. Our breakaway group still set out here. Katia Ragusa has been playing the team card on the back for Italy for quite a while. Everyone's just looking back. They're holding them at 19 seconds. Marianne Vos having a chat here with Ellen van Dijk. Demi Vollering is there. Soraya Paladin comes up for Elisa Longoborghini. So you can see that's the size of the group now. Plenty of orange jerseys in there. So Marianne Vos working towards the front here. Ellen van Dijk goes through. Demi Vollering. Annemiek van Vleuten, your defending champion. She won it solo last year. That audacious attack. That was a day for Van Vleuten last year when she took the title. When she went away, everyone was like, she's not going to stay away. Was all the way to the finish. And then when she came in towards the finish, everyone was saying, I knew she'd stay away. I knew she could do it.
Yeah, it was ever so early. I think it was more than 100 kilometres to go or something like that. And like we mentioned, really tough roads in Yorkshire to race on. Incredible day out, and I think it just stunned a lot of fans to think, wow, that was epic, and that there was a chase going on behind, and the gap fluctuated, and they just never got her back, and she took that world title. Of course, she was the previous time trial world champion, but lost that to Chloe Dygert last year. But then, bounced back in the road race to take that title. So, brilliant competitor Van Vleuten.
Bujak's decided she's going off on her own here. Eugenia Bujak from Slovenia. She's going to have made the effort to get into this breakaway group. And I'm going to keep on. So an impressive ride today for the rider from Slovenia. Crossing that gap. Clearly, that chase hasn't taken anything out of the legs.
No, it's interesting. I thought she'd be dangling there for quite a while, but she actually made that second half of the gap go a lot quicker. Got herself up there, and not just sitting in the wheel, she's doing some work. She's like, hang about, let's keep this going. And I think a lot of riders here, not really willing to work. They've done the work, they had that big gap, and they're now almost waiting for their leaders. So it's quite a contrast between someone like Bujak, who really wants to try and drive the pace, and then compared to someone like Hannah Barnes, who's thinking, well, I've got Lizzie Deignan just in that peloton, just 20 seconds back now, so that's my job.
I think it looks at Eugenia Bujak this year has really benefited from the sort of combination of that team. She's had some good victories in her career, but the sort of management and having sort of teammates like Mavi Garcia on the road and the sort of management backup that sort of gives you that boost, gives you that sort of confidence. Because she's to me she looks like a different rider this season.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I think being happy in your pro team is really key, and whether that be the riders that your teammates with, whether that be the management, all that can make such a difference to your performance. Like, it's not just about on the bike, it's about everything else as well. So definitely changing teams, even just sort of mixing things up and just having a bit of a refresh is important.
Marianne Vos ups the tempo now on the front here for the team from the Netherlands as we run in towards the next climb. Vos and the team look how quickly that gap came back. You can see the motorbike scrambling to get out of the way. Vos, former champion, ups the pressure. Soraya Paladin is with her. Annemiek van Vleuten right on the wheel. Is this the point now where we really start to get the big selection at the front? Vos just squeezes through on the inside. Her teammate is with her. So you got Vos, Van Vleuten, Uttrup Ludwig, Longoborghini, Deignan, Lauren Stevens, Anna van der Breggen, Cassia Nuviadoma, all up towards the front. Impressive moves. That's Marianne Vos at her best coming into that climb.
Yeah, absolutely love seeing the Dutch team work together like that. You know, what a person to have working for you, Marianne Vos. That is incredible. And now it is Annemiek van Vleuten, I believe, on the front. You know, you can see that bandage on her wrist there. I don't think she's quite given it full gas yet, but she's just pushing on the pedals and seeing what damage she can do behind.
Lizzie Deignan is up there. Hannah Barnes is just trying to slot into the group here, just to be able to give that turn, do that work for Lizzie Deignan. This is where we're going to see how is that wrist of Annemiek van Vleuten holding up today. The rider just off the back here, Sandra Levenet from France. There's a trade on the road with Arkea. Now that familiar style of Annemiek van Vleuten out of the saddle on the front. At the moment, the reaction, they're staying with her, Uttrup Ludwig and Longa Borghini. The camera's just focusing in there on the wrist brace. Going down the four riders now. Van Vleuten, Uttrup Ludwig, Longa Borghini looks like she's lining up. Anna van der Breggen right there. Leanne Lippert is there. Lizzie Deignan looks like she's really having to grit her teeth to stay with this one as the road starts to steepen ahead of them. Van Vleuten just keeping that tempo, just looking to see if she can pull this group clear. Who is going to be able to stay with her? A little gap now back to Nuvia Doma. Longa Borghini is looking good here. The Italian latching on here. It's second place.
Yeah, Longa Borghini and Cecilia Ludwig looking really strong here. So Lizzie Deignan at the back of that group, just gritting her teeth, trying to stay in contact there. But Cecilia Ludwig looking, you know, actually sort of quite comfortable there in third wheel.
Deignan just losing a few meters here. Can Lizzie Deignan stay with them? Mavi Garcia is trying to stay with them as well. There's a little bit of a gap back to Cassia Nuvia Doma. We've got one of our New Zealand jerseys in there. And then Ragusa Vos are right behind them. Lippert starting to lose contact here as Van Vleuten ups the pressure again. Can the German rider stay in contention? It's down to four. It's Annemiek van Vleuten, Elisa Longa Borghini, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig and Anna van der Breggen with Leanne Lippert and Lizzie Deignan right in the gap. Sustained effort on the front here for Annemiek van Vleuten. At the moment though, Joe, the riders behind seem to have, they seem like they can stay with it.
Yeah, so if she pulls away that group of four, if not five or six, with Leanne Lippert and Lizzie Deignan, that is a really select group. And of course, we have still got another lap of racing here where she can do a lot more damage. So she's riding hard, but you know, we've still got over 40 kilometres to go. And now we see Anna van der Breggen go.
Anna van der Breggen ups the pressure. Annemiek van Vleuten is out of the saddle on the front to try and stay with him, but the Dutch team, Marianne Vos, led into the climb. Look at the style now of Van Vleuten. Van der Breggen, World Time Trial Champion, took the Giro Rosa. That jersey after that stage win of Elisa Longa Borghini last week, but Van der Breggen opens the gap. Longa Borghini and Uttrup Ludwig trying to stay with Annemiek van Vleuten here. They've got to try and fight to get back on, but Van der Breggen looking great at the front.
She is looking incredible and completely in control as well. You know, she's the time trial world champion from a couple of days ago, and look at that gap she's brought out here. Huge turn from Annemiek van Vleuten. Really, really select group, but Anna van der Breggen just riding away now.
Anna van der Breggen, we've seen her do attacks like this in the past. Van Vleuten as Longa Borghini and Uttrup Ludwig just are in the slipstream of last year's world champion on this climb. Having to really dig in here as we head towards 40 kilometres to go. Back up to the front though, and Anna van der Breggen riding away from those chasers. Longa Borghini out the saddle to just try and close back up to Annemiek van Vleuten. Now does Longa Borghini try to make a move as they get towards the top of this one. Lizzie Deignan of Great Britain just coming into shots as she's still within striking distance of getting potentially back into this group. Then Mavi Garcia in the red and yellow of Spain just coming around that corner, and Leanne Lippert are all still there. But Longa Borghini now riding that tempo on the front. Then comes Cassia Nuvia Doma from Poland. Van der Breggen opening the gap now on this climb. Remember, we've got, as we said, 1 lap to go. Van der Breggen is going early in this one. They'll head back now towards the circuit, get the bell, and head back out for the final lap.
Yeah, so it's still over 40k to go, so really long way for Van der Breggen here, but huge gap she's pulled out just on this climb as we speak.
11 seconds on that climb as Anna van der Breggen has opened up. Elisa Longoborghini for Italy is on the front of this group. It's going to be, you'd say, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig and Elisa Longoborghini that are going to have to do the work to try and pull back Anna van der Breggen. Perhaps they will benefit if Lizzie Deignan, Mavi Garcia and Leanne Lippert can get themselves back into the group. There's Brodie Chapman from Australia. Look at this now, the tempo of Anna van der Breggen. Going to look to try and do a 40+ kilometre individual time trial here for the Netherlands. And look to take her second World Road Championship title. She took it back in 2018. And on great form. Has a look back over the shoulder, 15 seconds. This trio behind, they've got a good gap. There's the gap back to Lizzie Deignan behind. And it's up to Longoborghini and Uttrup Ludwig now to do the work.
Yeah, so Annemiek van Vleuten can just stay there, knowing it's her teammate up the road. You know, the pressure is on Longoborghini and Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig to try and chase Van der Breggen. It's very early for Van der Breggen, and she's had a few looks over her shoulder. I think just seeing, you know, how far behind is everybody. Is it worth waiting and, you know, having a small group, or is it worth committing now?
Demi Vollering descending back into this group. Great ride in La Course. Demi Vollering, if you were with us for that one, you can just see the groups just ahead of her. But for the Netherlands, they have played this one perfectly as Lauren Stevens just attacks from that group to try and get up to the next one. 20 seconds to your chasers, 57 to what they are calling the peloton. Those sort of individual riders in the gaps. So just trying to ride through here, kind of the chaos, you could call it, in terms of when we start to get the regroupment on the descent. This is the moment where she made a move. Great attack here by Anna van der Breggen. The camera just hand it round back up to our leader. Just hands on the drops now. Lizzie Deignan has managed to get herself onto the group. So the British rider, Lizzie Deignan, you can see just dropping her head. Those little tells for Deignan. She's had to work really hard to get back into this group. She's going to have to come over the top now of Annemiek van Vleuten. It's going to be Italy, Denmark and Great Britain that are going to have to do the work to try and come through. Uttrup Ludwig looks a little bit like she's on the ropes here at the moment. Elisa Longoborghini is looking for some assistance. Lizzie Deignan now presses through to the front. She'll assist in this chase. You can see though, Joe, that Longoborghini looking for some help there from Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig. So she'll be glad that Lizzie Deignan's now got on.
Yes, she will. So that's really key. It's an extra person to work there. You know, we're not going to see Annemiek van Vleuten doing any chasing whatsoever, but we now have got 3 riders that can work together. 3 supremely strong riders, 3 riders that we talked about as pre-race favourites. So it's 3 versus 1. Anna van der Breggen has got 35 seconds. She's clearly the strongest climber in this race, but there's 3 riders here now to work together to try and bring her back. And but if they do, they're taking Annemiek van Vleuten with them. So what a situation.
Perfect tactics for the Netherlands. We're heading in to get the bell. Anna van der Breggen is your leader. Strong chasing group behind as we head down towards the final lap. "37 seconds is the gap." It's always interesting when you look at it though, Joe, in terms of one against 3 in this chase. Van Vleuten did look okay on those climbs. She looked comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, she's good. She's in good form. It's not perhaps the best we've seen her, but she's got a broken wrist, so I think we'll let her off in that sense. But setting up supremely there for her teammate Van der Breggen, and that's absolutely perfect for Van der Breggen to have her there. And these riders know that if they do bridge this gap, they are bringing a teammate up with them, and to the defending champion no less. So they've got to work, they've got to commit, but Annemiek van Vleuten can just be quite happy just sitting there, just following this, and no one's going to argue with her.
So in this group, you've got a former champion in Lizzie Deignan from 2015. You've got last year's defending champion in Annemiek van Vleuten. This rider here, winner in 2018, silver medalist last year for Anna van der Breggen. And just looking to try and, as you would expect, she's announced that she'll be retiring at the end of next season to take up a position as a sport director for what is Bulls Dolmans, that will be the SD Works team. Just as you would expect, adding as many jerseys and accolades to her Palmares as she can with a year to go.
Yeah, definitely, that will be her plan. She's also the reigning Olympic champion as well, so be interesting to see how that race unfolds in Tokyo, hopefully taking place next year, global pandemics aside. 41 seconds now we're seeing for Anna van der Breggen. I'm just thinking back to when she won in 2018. It was a long solo breakaway then as well. I don't know if it was quite as long as this one, but it was a long solo ride to the finish for her. And I remember thinking, that's very early to go. So she can do this, definitely.
That's an amazing shot, isn't it? Over the top of that. I just noticed as well in that group behind it is Anna Shackley, still from Great Britain, who's we just got a glimpse of what they're calling the peloton here. That's a phenomenal ride from the young Brit. You were sort of pointing her out a lot earlier.
Yeah, so just 19 years old, first year senior. We'll be riding for the Bulls Dolmans team next year. SD Works, I think, as you said, it's going to be called next season. So really exciting time for her, and like I mentioned, probably a real climbing specialist. That's what she wants to be. So what a brilliant course for her to race on for her first World Championships as a senior.
Looks like Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig across the top here. Don't think it's being helped by the helicopter too much, but the crosswinds, I think it looks like she might be suffering a little bit in the wind here, the Danish rider.
Yeah, so just letting Annemiek van Vleuten take that gap there in the wheels and just going to the back there herself, having a little bit of a breather.
Our leader, Anna van der Breggen, 47 seconds now. The Dutch rider is opening up over that chasing group. She's pulling away. They're not managing to get her back or keep this gap under control. It's going to take the collective firepower of Elisa Longoborghini from Italy, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig from Denmark, Lizzie Deignan of Great Britain, but they have the defending champion, the teammate of Anna van der Breggen, right on the wheel, that should they manage to pull her back, that you would bet that Van Vleuten would then make a move. This is the side-on shot here of the peloton, that group that they're showing there at 1 minute and 39 seconds. So those are your chasers, and it's down to those nations that have missed out in this World Road Race Championships for the elite women that are going to have to do the work. But yet again, Joe, you've got to say the tactics of this Dutch team. We didn't see them for the best part of the first part of the race, and it's just been again perfection so far.
Yeah, they played it really cool. So there was those moments where it was a bit like a game of poker. Like there was a breakaway away. They had over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes at one point. And it's like, who is going to blink first? And they just played it super cool. And now they've unleashed these brilliant tactics. We've seen Marianne Vos. We've seen Demi Vollering. We've seen Ellen van Dijk. All of them. We've seen all of them contribute. And then finally, Annemiek van Vleuten digging deep on that climb. And Anna van der Breggen going over the top to go away solo. She's got nearly a minute now. She's increasing her lead over the 3 riders that are working together to try and chase her down.
40 victories in her career for Anna van der Breggen. Looks like today, at this point, could be 41, doubling up. That's have to have a look at the doubling up, double rainbow jersey That makes packing for a stage race a lot easier next year, doesn't it? If you've got the World Time Trial title and the World Road title.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no question of what kit to put on. Yeah, that would be far easier for her. But yeah, I'll have to have a look when we've had previous winners win both in the same year.
Just time trialing away up to a minute. That gap goes out, so a minute there. 1:39 back to that chasing peloton behind. So they are closing on that group ahead of them. And Anna van der Breggen is riding back in towards the Imola circuit, the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari. She will get the bell with 28.8 kilometers to go. This course today, 2,800 meters of climbing. It's relentless, isn't it? When you add that up, it's sometimes these sort of days are harder than riding tempo up a mountain.
Yeah, definitely, and it's that on off. It's that not being in a rhythm, constant changes in gradient that really hurt. And I'm just so impressed with Van der Breggen here. Over a minute now, 1 minute and 3 seconds. We're seeing to that chasing group. And the tactics of that chasing group are interesting because you've got Van Vleuten sat on the back. You've got Dijkman, who you'd say is probably the strongest sprinter out of those. So if you were, Alessia Longo Borghini, really wanting to win a medal in your home World Championships, how much do you drag those two riders to the line? How much do you work with them when you don't really want to have the likes of riders that then outsprint you and then potentially lose the chance to even have a medal here. So it's difficult to know how hard to work in this situation. You want the others to do all the work. You want the others to panic and work really hard to chase it back. And you always want to sort of soft tap through, but there's not enough of them to really be able to do that.
And Annemiek van Vleuten can get a free ride here on the back of the group. So the teammate of Anna van der Breggen, as you would expect, just to sit here. Just get towed along. Longo Borghini. We'll have a chat here with Lizzie Dijkman. Teammates on the roads for the Trek Segafredo team, riding for their collective nations in these World Championships. Great shot there of Anna van der Breggen descending down. Just shifts the hands onto the brake levers to take that corner. She's heading through here to take the belt with 1 lap to go. And a solo move, and it really did. We said coming into this lap that we thought that it might come alive with 2 laps to go, and it did.
Yeah, right on cue. So over a minute as she's going to come over the line. It's going to be 28 kilometres to go for her to race solo for that last lap. And at the moment, we're really seeing this chasing group making no inroads whatsoever, and actually they're getting caught by the peloton essentially, who are 33 seconds behind them. So these guys here are in real danger of getting caught by the peloton. They want to work together, but I think if you know the peloton's coming up behind you, it's like how hard do you work? How much do you commit?
Alessia Longo Borghini, in the style that we know that she has, she's done a huge amount of work there to try and keep Anna van der Breggen in sight, and now Cecilie Uttrup-Ludwig drops to the back. Lizzie Dijkman is going to be the rider for Great Britain on the front. That sets the pace. They're also again going to be mindful here of towing Annemiek van Vleuten, who's just now sat in the second wheel. Uttrup-Ludwig for Denmark looking around. They got that group that are just about 20 seconds behind them with 1 lap to go, and it looks like they might decide to let that group come back to them and then try and benefit from having a few more teammates up there.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're seeing them sort of really easing off now. They made that big effort to begin with, and it was just making their inroads. So I think at that point, perhaps accepting that this isn't going to work. Let's wait for that big group behind. We can see them in this shot now. They're all strung out. They're working really hard in that peloton. So they're thinking, right, let's get strength in numbers and see what we can do. Yep. So all looking over the shoulder. A little shake of the head there for Lizzie Dijkman. Not quite happy it's not gone their way. There's Kasia Niewiadoma there on the front for Poland, working really hard. She's not ready to give this one up just yet.
Hannah Barnes, who was in that early breakaway group, she's in here for Great Britain. So this now opens things up in terms of all of the medals. So your chasing group have decided And it's time to sit up and let that group come back to them. And it's the team from Spain that have got riders on the front who had a shake of the head from Lizzie Dyden a moment ago. Tactically, let's have a look down that group, see which nations are represented in here. So Lizzie Dyden has, in the chat between them, and Elisa Longa-Borghini, they know each other really well. Here's your leader, Anna van der Breggen, opening up that gap, and they're looking with 1 lap to go, like the champion-elect here in the World Road Race Championships. But all the silver and bronze medals are still to fight for. Do you think this group going to be surprised to see these 4 coming back here?
No, I think they've chased hard, and I think they know that group of 4, they're towing Van Vleuten with them, who will then be in a good position, would have been in a good position to have attacked them on one of the climbs on this last lap, if she'd wanted to, if she was able to. It's almost not surprising that wasn't a great group to work together, because you could easily work very hard and then end up with no medal. You almost want a group that's the right size, that either everyone's guaranteed to get a medal or there's an even bigger group that you've all got to work together. So it was just perhaps the wrong combination there. And how many Dutch riders have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 6 or 7 in this group, which would be all the team except for Van der Breggen. So I have to double check exactly who we've got here, but plenty of Dutch riders in this group.
It opens up for the medal. Sandra Levenet here from France. Anna van der Breggen's gone through the line. There's your 1 kilometre to go point in 1 lap's time. Will it come down to a group sprint here for the medals? Brodie Chapman just going through your picture. Cecilia Trulevig, Taylor Wiles is still in there. Anne Santesteban still in that group as well for Spain. So Santesteban is another rider that's been on good form. Marianne Vos just hanging out down the back of the group, set the attack up perfectly for the Netherlands going into that climb. But just still a decent sized group here, this chasing group behind.
Yeah, it is, and you can see they're riding hard because it's completely strung out, so there's absolutely no bunching up whatsoever. Italy racing hard on the front, this is the home nation, it's their home World Championships, and currently they're not in the position to win the gold medal, and they're going to have their work cut out to get a medal with all these riders here which could potentially sprint for the finish. So they're working hard, trying to put a good showing there, trying to make some inroads into this gap, but we're seeing here on the screen over 1 minute 40 to Anna van der Breggen.
What a move by Anna van der Breggen. It's, you've got a few nations now that have got themselves to the front to do the work to try and get this under control. It's Marlon Rusa second from the back. Dobell Hickok here, Eugenia Bujak still there. Back to our leader. Look at this, that familiar style, that tempo, the cadence of Anna van der Breggen. We've seen this so many times over the years. Great slow-mo here of Van der Breggen as she went through the line and onto that track. She's extended that advantage, time trialing her way to another rainbow jersey. And this is with 28.8 kilometres to go, with so many nations in that group. Joe, it's not outside the realms of reality that they could potentially, if they get this under control, it's not outside the realms of reality that they could bring this back if they wanted to, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I think if the rider out the front weren't Anna van der Breggen, weren't the current individual time trial world champion, yes, it should be possible, but they're up against a rider in incredible form that I think it's going to be really, really difficult. The way she made that move when she attacked, no one could even attempt to follow her. And, we saw from her victory in the time trial how well she was going, and how, she increased her lead as she went in the second half of that race. It was a really strong second half that she rode in that time trial. So I think, she's very well set up here. You don't want to commit anything at this stage. There's still quite a lot of the bike race still to ride. She's still got to ride it. and in a race anything can happen. But these riders are certainly giving it a good go to try and chase down. They're not just giving up by any means. They're still racing really hard, which of course you're going to do. It's the World Championships. It's not worth leaving anything out on the road at all. But the person they're chasing is, not a normal bike rider, an incredibly special bike rider out there, solo.
She is indeed. She's been a pro since 2009, has Anna van der Breggen. She's had 50 victories in her career. And I think that looking at the way she's riding, I think her one of her most impressive wins for me was when she took Strada Bianchi back in 2018. The solo, we're used to seeing the solo moves from her, but I think on that day for me it kind of has those sort of echoes today in these Italian hills.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a rider that, she can sprint as well. She's a good all-rounder. She's good on a variety of different courses. She's a brilliant climber. She's won Flèche Wallonne for the last 5 years in a row. 2015, 16, 17, 18 and 19. And of course that's Wednesday next week, this year's edition. She is just incredible, and it's amazing that she actually hadn't won the individual time trial world championships until Thursday this week. That was one of the very few races that she'd not won in her career. She's been close many times, I think silver on quite a few occasions, but really showing she's a rider at the top of her game at the moment. And I also think because she's now she's going to retire at the end of next season, there's like that finish line sort of in her head as well, and she can be thinking, right, I've got 1 and a bit seasons left of my career, and that's it. Absolutely make the most of every single bike race she is on the start line for, and just look, incredible gap, riding really, really strongly.
Heading towards the final 25 kilometres of today's race, your lone leader, Anna van der Breggen, with the teams from Italy and Germany doing the work on the front. They're heading towards the Mazzolano climb for the final time, and they've got that Cima Galistona. They've got a huge amount of work to do to keep this one under control. Anna van der Breggen flying at the head of the race. Brady Chapman, the back for Australia. Cecilia Ludwig still there. The wind out there today, it looked for me like the wind as well was knocking the stuffing out of Cecilia Ludwig in that chasing group.
Yeah, we've not mentioned the wind a lot lately. We mentioned it at the start of the race, but yeah, it's a really windy day out there as well. And when you get a shot of the trees, especially on the more exposed sections of the course, you get an idea for quite how windy it is. And yeah, that will really be taking its toll on the riders. And like I say, the riders that are able to really hide really well on the peloton, up until now, that will really pay off hugely.
Lizzie Dignan potentially maybe trying. We saw Hannah Barnes just going back to the team car potentially for a bit of a feed, and Great Britain could potentially put a rider up to the front. But 1 minute and 32 seconds here, with 24.6 to go from our lone leader, Anna van der Breggen, Olympic champion, former world champion, as I said, the current now world time trial champion. Is just sitting that tempo that she has in this. She had a bit of a break as well, didn't she? That she went off, had a season, did some mountain bike racing, and it just really sort of, her team just let her go, let her do what she wanted to do. They said they got enough publicity from Anna van der Breggen when she came back into races, and it just seemed to, when they gave her that freedom, she went off, she did the Cape Epic and those sort of mountain bike races. It was almost just something that she needed to freshen her mind again.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really good when a team allows a rider to have that sort of freedom. They respect the rider to make those decisions, to make those appropriate decisions and know what's right for them, and not try to control somebody too much. I hate that when someone else thinks they know what's best for you. But Anna van der Breggen, she knew she wanted to go off and do something different. Mix it up a little bit, mix up her career. and a change is as good as a rest. And like you say, it really has paid off because she just keeps winning. And for the team to have faith in her to be able to do that and give her the space to do that, I think is really commendable.
We've always had within women's pro cycling though, with the multi-disciplined riders, Marianne Vos being a great example, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot being another great example as well. Do you think it's almost looking at those sort of riders, Anna van der Breggen, going off and doing some mountain bike racing, that now when you see in the men's pro peloton with Wout van Aert and Mathieu van der Poel, Tom Pidcock, these sort of riders that they're looking at this and going, actually, it gives that's what gives that rider the essence of what they are, and allowing them to stay as multi-disciplined riders, because each discipline gives you something different, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think that the transferable skills are excellent, and you gain sort of technical skills from one discipline and speed from another and endurance from another, and they all really complement each other. And I think sometimes we're almost too strict on putting riders in boxes. This is this type of rider, that's that type of rider, that's the sort of race that suits them. But actually you can gain so much from doing those different disciplines, and it's something that's really encouraged at a younger level, sort of at youth level. But I think as juniors sometimes we're almost too quick to sort of pigeonhole ourselves perhaps. But really, I think the longer you can do some different disciplines, the better. It keeps things fresh, it keeps things interesting for you as a rider, as well as the sort of physical benefits you can get from those different disciplines.
They're holding her, I say, a minute and 32 seconds on this descent here for Anna van der Breggen on this final lap. They got a lot of work to do to try and pull this rider back. And we can get for Germany on the front of that. Just caught a glimpse on the front of that group behind. The power, they're going to need the sort of power of Elisa Brennauer, those sort of riders, to try and get this one under control. For Italy today, a home championship. They went into this race with a good team, with Elisa Longo-Borghini on great form, not able to stay with Anna van der Breggen when she made her move. Can Italy keep themselves in medal contention? Marta Cavalli, Katia Ragusa are just starting to gap some riders behind them now on this descent. There's perhaps a little bit of frustration and desperation kicking in, because there is a lot of pressure on a home championship.
Yeah, I think they're probably good descriptive words there to use, like almost desperation at this point. Italy traditionally work really well together at a Road World Championships. They come with a really strong team. They always have really good tactics. Many previous winners over the last few years, it's almost sort of switched mainly between Italy and the Dutch, obviously with a few notable exceptions, of course. So yeah, it will be a frustrating situation. Well, not even just frustrating, just. It's a shame that they wanted to be up there racing. Elisa Longo-Borghini is in brilliant form, just not quite enough to stay with Anna van der Breggen when she went. And now it's this situation where do you really commit to this chase where you're chasing the world time trial champion, and she's got a minute and a half gap with just 22k to go, or do you try and think about those silver and bronze medals and try and think about launching an attack on one of these climbs and trying to get your rider away solo to sort of cement getting a medal rather than leaving it to a sprint for the medals. So as I say that, I'm seeing Lizzie Deignan sort of coming up the front of this group, and Elisa Longo-Borghini on her wheel as well. So we'll see what they do as these climbs come up.
So Anna van der Breggen just keeping that tempo, spinning that gear on the climb on 29. We see the moves on this climb to try and secure the silver and bronze medals. Exceptionally smooth. When you look at Anna now on this climb, the first time we saw her, she just sat like this, didn't she? It was almost as a sort of, okay, where's the wind coming from? When am I gonna make my move? You have to kind of have that checklist in your mind, don't you? When you're gonna make a move, where's the wind coming from? Is there any shelter?
Yeah, and that's the beauty of racing a World Championships on a course that's laps rather than a point-to-point race. You're getting the chance to see those climbs, to feel the wind, and really sort of work out how your legs feel, what gearing you might want to be using coming into the sprint, all those sort of things. You can sort of calculate all of those during the race, which is obviously a real advantage compared to the point-to-point races we often see.
Anis Esteban in the yellow and red there of Spain. Anna Shackley still up here for Great Britain. So with this young British rider in the centre of your picture is riding an outstanding race today. Her new team should be a teammate of Anna van der Breggen next year. Well, the young British rider, they'll be getting a good look at her today. And I'm sure they'll be impressed by what they're seeing. No attacks coming from this group. Lucy Kennedy is still up there for Australia. Will we perhaps see a move from the Australian? Good climber is Lucy Kennedy.
It's gone quite tactical again.
It looks like the press.
Yeah, it's gone quite tactical again in that bunch. A few riders looking at each other, no real chase now, running up that climb, thinking who's gonna try and make a move. Van der Breggen just obviously completely in control here, just riding her own race now, you know, quite happy out there. You can see the wind from those flags as well. It is really, really windy today.
It is indeed. You can, they're struggling to hold on to their flags at the moment, those riders. Right. It's heading towards 20k to go. 146 now is the gap. Anna Shackley on the front here for Lizzie Deignan. So the young climber from Great Britain, from Scotland, is now doing the work. Lizzie Deignan, we're pleased to still have a teammate like Anna Shackley in here at this point. Michaela Harvey, you see out the saddle there in the black jersey of New Zealand. She's still in the group as well. Niamh Fisher-Black is also there. Looks like Anna Shackley's lined up. I think we're going to see another move here from Lizzie Deignan. She's got Kasia Niewiadoma right on the wheel for Poland.
Yeah, I think you've got to, if you want to guarantee yourself a medal here today, you know, 144 to the leader now. I think the chase hasn't really got the same impetus as it might have had before. So if you want to guarantee a medal, I think you need to be attacking this what is left of the peloton when you've got the chance on these slopes to try and get away. You know, we know Lizzie Deignan climbing well. We know Alyssa Longo-Borghini and Cecilia Ludwig are climbing well, but it's more difficult to get away when the pace is off like that. It's far easier when the pace is on to sort of, you know, sort of show how good you are and sort of break away. But when the pace comes off a little bit, it's a lot tougher.
Anna van der Breggen, European time trial champion as well this year. And she had that mishap in the Europeans. I think she had a mechanical or got caught behind a crash in the European road champs. Just didn't ride la course. She's been very tactical as well, which you would, someone of her experience in terms of picking and choosing those races since the season restarted, and not getting too excited by thinking I've got to race, I've got to have those race miles, race kilometres in my legs.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, we've talked a lot in commentary over the last couple of weeks. A lot of people have talked about how lockdowns affected different riders, who trains well, who needs that racing. And you're right, it would be easy to just say, yeah, you want to ride every race that's on the calendar now, you know, back to back, everything that's going, but actually having sort of the maturity and the insight into your own abilities to be able to sort of take a step back and say, actually, I'm going to pick and choose what I'm going to do. I don't need to ride every single bike race, but I'm going to ride these and I'm going to try and win them. And you know, that is something that comes with experience. It's difficult when you're younger, and also you haven't got the freedom to do that when you're younger as well, because your race planning will be dictated by your team. But as you get more status, you're able to take advantage of that, definitely.
And for Van der Breggen going forward, and the other riders, because we've got Flèche Wallonne, as you said, we've got that on Wednesday, then we've got Liège-Bastogne-Liège next Sunday, the 4th. We've got Brabant-Pijl, Amstel Gold, Ghent-Wevelgem. We've got the Tour of Flanders, 3 days of Dupana, and then the 25th of October, Paris-Roubaix. And Anna van der Breggen, you look at the likes of Anna van der Breggen, can you imagine the world champion, the rainbow jersey, taking the first ever Paris-Roubaix?
Yeah, that would be really special. And, you know, obviously for her in, you know, what is the second to last season of her career, what an opportunity. And I think it's a little strange the fact they're going to have a Paris-Roubaix this autumn, winter, and then again in the spring. So, you know, very close sort of back-to-back races there with a shifted season this year. But, you know, absolutely, she's in incredible form, and I think she's a rider that, you know, knows how to peak at the right time, knows how to use that form and race well. So definitely, how spectacular would that be?
It would be. And all those races, we've got them live, so make sure you get on board for those. 1:56. Anna van der Breggen is heading out towards a 2-minute gap now as she heads towards her second rainbow jersey of this week. And it's Anna Shackley of Great Britain with Lizzie Deignan on the wheel, the teammate. And has got the nod. Impressive ride by this young rider today. Ellen van Dijk, the teammate of Anna van der Breggen, who's clear off the front. Another tactically perfect day here for the team from the Netherlands. Chantal van den Broek-Black and the rider in front of her, Marianne Vos. What this group's got to be careful of here is that the Dutch don't do a 1-2-3 in this one, because they've got some good sprinters in this group.
Well, exactly. I think I'd be thinking that as well if I were in there. So we've just seen Marianne Vos, we've just seen Chantal van der Broek-Black in there, like we've mentioned as well. Ellen van Dijk just sat in third or fourth wheel at the front of the group there, folled by Annemiek van Vleuten. So, why not try and launch an attack on one of these climbers? I think if I were Van Vleuten, I'd be thinking I still want to give it a go. Fair play to Anna Shackley here. She's strung out this group behind her. It's 2 minutes up to the leader, Anna van der Breggen, but no one else is giving it a go at this point except for Anna Shackley of Great Britain.
This one, as you said earlier, Joe, she's only 19, and I think for riders sometimes from Great Britain, when you're coming through, it's maybe sometimes difficult now because you're kind of expected to go on a certain path onto the track and then come through that way within the Great Britain system. But when you are a climber like her, it is great to see her at 19 being able to go her own way.
Yeah, and it's a good selection choice whoever made that to put her in this year's World Championships. It was late finding out the course and finding out the details, but someone's obviously thought, this suits her. This would be a good opportunity for her. So they put her in, and she's grabbed the opportunity and riding brilliantly here.
She is. Lizzie Deignan just having a look around at everyone, letting a young teammate just ride off here at the front of this chasing group. 17.3 to go. We've got one more climb ahead of us on this course. She's a great descender as well, isn't she? Lizzie Deignan, you saw her just look around on that corner. Anna Shackley got a little gap. Lizzie Deignan just had a little glance across at the rest of the group.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really impressive riding. And I think it's always, it's such a big step up from juniors to seniors. And yeah, I just think well done to whoever's, decided to select her for this race. And, well done to Anna Shackley for riding so well in, the biggest bike race in the world. She's been given this opportunity as probably one of the youngest riders in the race. And yeah, riding ever so well. Just over 16k to go now.
It's having the confidence, though, isn't it? It's the confidence and the maturity at 19 in a race like this, not to panic, because when you step up from junior to senior, there is a big learning curve, isn't there, between how you ride as a junior and then not wasting energy where you don't need to when you step up into races like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you've got these, significantly longer races as a senior, you haven't got to panic when a rider goes away and gets a big gap. I mean, perhaps not in this exact situation now with Anna van der Breggen, but in general, a race can just pan out very, very differently. So, yeah, it's a learning curve, and it's not just about the physical development and, physically getting fitter and stronger. It's about learning how to race and learning how different teams and different riders race and who are the right riders to follow. All those sort of things that you can't really teach somebody unless you actually get in there and get involved.
There's your long shot here, sitting at just about almost 40 kilometres an hour here for Anna van der Breggen. And it was just outside 40 kilometres to go that she made her move. And it's going to be a 40 kilometre solo time trial here for the Dutch rider. Yeah,
well, it was just over 30k on Thursday, so not a bad distance for Anna van der Breggen. Like I say, it was a similar move at the 2018 World Championships, similar sort of distance out that I think she went. I'm actually more intrigued now about what the peloton are going to do. I'm looking at some of the riders here. There's some big names that could potentially miss out. There's still a lot of Dutch riders here. Anna van der Breggen's got over 2 minutes now. We've just got 15k to go. Are we going to see any attacking? Is everyone going to wait for a sprint? Are we going to see some more riders trying to chase? Because I think we sort of need to accept that, Van der Breggen is gone. So how are they going to race the rest of this race?
Audrey Cordon-Ragot still in there for France. Catch a glimpse of her. Just trying to have a glance around that group just to pick out if we've got any surprising riders that could just pop up if this comes down to a group sprint behind and potentially take the medals. So hopefully we'll get down, if we can, get a panning shot down that group, just try and catch a glimpse of who is definitely in there for the medals. So we're going to climb. We've got that final climb to come. The Cima Gallisterna, 2.3 kilometers. Our solo leader is looking so comfortable in this one. 2 minutes and 12 seconds is the gap from your leader. Back to that chasing group. The battle for the medals, though, is very much alive. There's plenty of nations that are in that peloton behind Anna van der Breggen that could potentially take this one. So still a decent sized group. We'll get an idea. So Marianne Vos, you'd say in a sprint, Dijkman and Vos would be good for medals in a sprint in this one.
Yeah, you would. I am thinking, though, if we're going to see some fireworks on this last climb, are we going to see the likes of Longa Borghini go on the attack, Annemiek van Vleuten go on the attack? There's still a lot of very strong climbers in here that stand to not get a medal in this race if it comes to a bunch sprint for silver and bronze. So I would definitely be thinking about when I could make a move. But like I say, it's difficult when the pace comes off and the group aren't riding as hard. It's difficult to really make that difference if you are a strong climber, if it hasn't been quite hard enough. Still a very hard race, not to take anything away from it in that sense. But yeah, it's an interesting tactic going into this. You'd be looking, if you're looking at the Italian team, who's your strongest sprinter in this group, or are you better off trying to get Longa Borghini to go on the attack? What's your tactic now to try and guarantee yourself a medal? With this rider, 2 minutes and 20-second gap, with 14k to go for Anna van der Breggen, I think we do need to be thinking about how can you try and guarantee yourself the silver medal or the bronze medal.
If I was the Dutch team, I would be Van Vleuten attacks on the climb to get silver and Vos wins the sprint for third.
I think that would be pretty good.
That's a potential way this could pan out here if this goes like this. Looking at how they've ridden so far in this race.
Yeah, you're right. In all seriousness, it could. I have been. We're not seeing shots of the peloton at the moment, but I've been looking at Annemiek van Vleuten thinking, what is she going to do? The Dutch are poised there. There's Vos and there's van Vleuten just on her wheel. Just a few riders back. It's a very, very much reduced peloton. Still the Italians doing the work. I think they've got to be seen to be doing something in this situation. They can't just let this race go. Anna Shackley's still there for Great Britain, riding really, really well. Dijkman and Cecilia Ludwig side by side there, just thinking, are they going to try and go on the attack on this last climb at all?
Yep, they're going through. So there's Marlon Ruser, who's also in there for the Swiss. Just having a little look back around the back of the group as well. Katrine Allerud is still in there for Norway. So Allerud, good to see her in there. We've seen Audrey Cordon-Ragot, who's also in there. Lauren Stevens is in there for the USA. Lucy Kennedy, we also saw her in there for Australia. So we'll try and get as much of the makeup of that group as we can as the cameras pan around that group. Urša Pintar for Slovenia is also still in there. Fans of Anna van der Breggen are out on the climb. She is on the slopes of the final climb of the day. Keeping that rhythm, keeping that tempo. One climb to go, and then it will be the ride into the finish for the world champion-elect here, Anna van der Breggen. She's riding towards her second World Road Championship title and her second title of this week. The winner of the Giro Rosa last week, Anna van der Breggen. Now heading towards the finish. You look at the season that Anna van der Breggen's had even before even taking into consideration lockdown and the pandemic, in that she started off the year, she won stages in the general classification in Valenciana, came back out after the end of the season third, she's been second, national champion, European time trial champion, and then into the Giro Rosa, taking that, and then that individual time trial title. So it's been a great season, even taking the lockdown and everything into consideration.
It hasn't. For me, her national championship win at the end of August was really quite key, because I think that was one of the first times that we've actually seen Van Vleuten beaten this season. Obviously, the reigning world champion she was at the time. And yeah, for me, seeing Anna van der Breggen win that was quite a key moment. And I thought, oh, you know, she's in good form to have won that race. And then, you know, just this week, it's not been too bad. She's won the Giro Rosa, she's won the individual time trial at the World Championships, and she is 12.8 kilometres away from the finish of the World Championship road race. So, yeah, not a bad last sort of 7 days or so, really.
Not at all. And just catch a glimpse of another rider that's in that group that's got fairly handy sprinters. Rasa Lelevite from Lithuania. It's got one jersey from Lithuania in that group. Rasa has got fairly decent kick on her, but this group are on the climb. Are we going to have any moves? Lucy Kennedy out the saddle, and Lucy Kennedy of Australia looks like she's about to make a move here. The team, they were missing the presence of Amanda Spratt, but now Lucy Kennedy attacks on the climb to try and make it difficult. Ludwig, Longa Borghini, Dijkman, Van Vleuten all there as they attack. Van Vleuten on the left, Marianne Vos, Lauren Stevens, Cassie and Niewiadoma are all there on these slopes. Just trying to thin this group out. Anyone going to make a move now on this climb? 8% is the current slope.
Yeah, I'm looking at Van Vleuten on the right of that shot there. She's just getting out of the saddle. Obviously, she's fine with her wrist to get out of the saddle. So just seeing shots of Van der Breggen now, but very much interested in what Van Vleuten's going to do.
Are we going to have any more attacks? Lucy Kennedy, the first one to go. There's going to be a lot of tired legs in there. This climb, these climbs, one after the other on this circuit, take a huge toll on the legs throughout this one, but just got that steady tempo at the front. Looking around the group here. So also just on the back of the group, Erigona Mine still on the back for Japan. Lizzie Dijkman in the centre for Great Britain. Niewiadoma, Fisher Black just behind them. And no one able to, no one feeling they want to attack here at the moment, Joe. They may be thinking a little bit further up the climb.
No, they're just waiting. They're waiting, aren't they? I was really hoping someone was going to go for it. But yeah, they're all just looking at each other at the moment, thinking who's going to be the one to go. And, you know, Van Vleuten is right there. Dijkman is right there. All the big names are right at the front. Just seeing who's going to be the first one to go.
Van der Breggen will crest the summit of this climb and head down. There she has it. She can see the top just ahead of her. Then it'll be back into the fast time trial mode to head back in towards the circuit. And this is with 2.5 minutes. This is how you want to win a world title, isn't it? On your own, just means you can ride in and enjoy the moment.
Oh, very much so, yes. You know, she'll have been riding this last lap thinking she needs to maintain her focus, and now we're seeing the fireworks behind.
Uttrup Ludwig went. It's Elisa Longaborghini with Lizzie Deignan. So the riders, 3 of those riders were in that breakaway group. Longaborghini wants a medal in this. Uttrup Ludwig is there. Elisa Longaborghini, and you can see, look at the effort etched on the face now. Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig of Denmark, as she tries to stay with Elisa Longaborghini. Longaborghini and Deignan in that group. To the 4 riders that sat up as they came into the circuit the previous lap, when they went through and got the bell, they decided to save the legs, and it's the same combination here, Joe, that are going again.
Yeah, it's the usual suspects. Van Vleuten, they're just coming past Deignan, just trying to make that gap up to Longaborghini and Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig. Longaborghini, brilliant legs here, pulling away from Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig as she's coming up to the top of this climb. She really, really wants to medal at her home World Championships.
Annemiek van Vleuten comes past Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig, just gradually closing that gap up to Elisa Longaborghini. She starts to gap Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig, who just tries to find just a little bit more as they get towards the summit of the climb. They will see that ahead of them, but Van Vleuten now looks like she's going to make a move over the top of Longaborghini, and she does. Longaborghini reacts to the move of the rider in the orange, that familiar style of Annemiek van Vleuten. Lizzie Deignan, Liane Lippert, Kasia Niewiadoma, Marianne Vos are all there, but at the moment here, Longaborghini is managing to stay with Annemiek van Vleuten, keeping those medal hopes alive.
Yeah, spectacular riding here from these riders. Look at the steepest part of this climb, and they're pulling away. Deignan leading the chase behind, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig behind her, Kasia Niewiadoma, and Marianne Vos as well in the back of that group for Holland.
She is indeed. Elisa Longaborghini, these 2 riders, they were away in that breakaway group in the European Championships. It was one of those days where Annemiek van Vleuten pulled off a surprise from Elisa Longaborghini, but a good tandem, good pairing, these 2, that chasing group. With Lizzie Deignan, she managed to close that gap on the descent on the previous time through. So the head of the state of affairs now, with 10.5 kilometers to go, it's Anna van der Breggen that's leading, with Elisa Longaborghini and Annemiek van Vleuten battling for silver and bronze.
Yeah, this is a really interesting battle for the medals now, because it is not far back to that next group on the road. I think they're just going to come round that corner. Or perhaps not, we're not going to see them, but Van Vleuten looking really good here. You know, she didn't come to this race to make up the numbers. She's come here after surgery because she believes this course suits her, and here she is racing for a medal.
There's your chasers. So Deignan, Niewiadoma, Lippert, Vos and Uttrup Ludwig. That's your chasing group. Can Lizzie Deignan drag this group back up here? Can they work together and get back in? Liane Lippert comes through to the front to help. They're not going to get any assistance at all from Marianne Vos, as you would expect. They've got Anna van der Breggen at the head of the race with a 1:53 gap over these chasers. The Dutch have got Annemiek van Vleuten here with Elisa Longaborghini looking for either a silver or a bronze medal. Longaborghini, a home championship for the Italian, getting onto the podium and taking a medal. This will be a great reward for the riding of Elisa Longaborghini today. Tactically, Joe, looking at when we went through with a lap to go, we had that group. It's turned out the right move to sit up and wait for that group.
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, you could potentially be, bringing too many people to the line with you that you could then get out sprinted by. So definitely for the likes of Longaborghini and Van Vleuten, for them to end up back in that group and then use the climb again to go on the attack. They're showing that they are the strongest climbers from that group, and they did not want to leave it to the lottery of a sprint. Key rider here, Marianne Vos in this group. Obviously, she doesn't need to do any work at all with 2 teammates up the road heading for medals. So she can just wait, just bide her time. If it does come back together, she's ready to sprint, but if not, she can just sit there.
Lizzie Deignan looking for some help here from Kasia Niewiadoma from Poland. In there, Uttrup Ludwig on the back. Liane Lippert needs. They'll need the collective power of all 4 of them, even if they have to take Marianne Vos up to that group as well. So it's going to be interesting tactically now. And you can see we go over the top of that climb, but it just rocks and rolls all the way in towards the circuit again. Lots of this climb today, this course has just been, it's been a pretty, the riders are going to know they've been in a race today. It's been a brutal circuit, hasn't it?
Yeah, the whole circuit is brutal. It's not, I think it's easy to talk about just, you know, the two main climbs, but it is a lot of up and down in between, and all that really takes its toll. And the wind as well, you know, we mentioned a couple of times how windy is out there. And again, you know, for Van der Breggen riding solo 40 plus kilometres on her own by the time she gets to the end, that is a long time out on your own in this wind, but still 1 minute 40 gap over these chasers.
Not getting any gaps from Longa Borghini and Van Vleuten back to the chasers, and here they are. Leanne Lippert's now just come over, past number 8 there in the orange. Marianne Vos, Cecilie Uttrup Ludwig on the back here for Denmark. So Leanne Lippert's recovered. Dijkman is just going to slot in here in front of the Dutch rider. There's your aerial shot. We'll see if they just pan back here and just show us the gap between our 2 chasers and that group behind. Borghini and Van Vleuten just attacking over the top of each other on the descent to keep that pace nice and high. The road just rising ahead now of Annemiek van Vleuten, still holding that, as you can see the gap there, just yo-yoing a little bit, 1 minute and 45 seconds from our leader. Back to the chasers with 7.6 to go, so the gold medal at this stage is assured. The rainbow jersey, she'll be able to ride in and enjoy this one. The battle for the medals behind those still very much alive. Longa Borghini trying to put the hurt on Annemiek van Vleuten on this little rise here. She said in interviews, didn't she, coming into the races, that she had to find that confidence to attack in races.
Yeah, and it's like I was saying, cycling is as much a mental game as it is physical, and having that confidence is so important, like you're saying, and be willing to sort of put yourself out there by making those attacks. And we're just seeing a time gap for the first time, so it's 2:07 back to the second chasing group. That's being led by Dijkman currently, so that's our first little idea of the gap between the Longa Borghini and Van Vleuten group to the next group.
That's a good gap. We'll see on the descents if that chasing group can come back up to them. But Elisa Longa Borghini, great descender, is the Italian. Let's see, Van Vleuten. She'll work with. She can at this point though with for Annemiek. They're not going to bring Van der Breggen back, so the tactics change. In a way, she can work with Elisa Longa Borghini now to make sure that the two of them stay away and battle for the medals.
Yes, you can. Look at that shot. What a spectacular scenery we've got here. But yeah, you know, the lead to Van der Breggen is huge. It's only 6 kilometres to go. And for Van Vleuten, she'll want to guarantee herself getting a medal here and not have this group come back, you know, with potentially the medals could go elsewhere for silver and bronze. So I think it's fair game for Van Vleuten to be able to work now.
Just a little graphic there. They're saying it's Lisa Brennauer. It's Leanne Lippert that's in there in that chasing group. So they've got Lisa Brennauer down on that one. It is Leanne Lippert that's in that chasing group behind. 5.7 to go now for Van der Breggen. Impressive riding today from this rider. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome aboard. We are just heading back in towards the finish of today's Women's Elite Road Race Championships from here in Imola. Starting and finishing on the Autodromo Enzo Dino Ferrari. We're in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. The race, it took a while to come alive. We did have some decent groups going off the front at times, but ultimately when it came down to the attack from Anna van der Breggen, the winner of the World Road Race Championships in 2018, the winner of the Time Trial Championship in just a couple days ago, attacking on her own. She now leads from the defending champion Annemiek van Vleuten, her teammate, and Elisa Longa Borghini of Italy. In that blue jersey, lots of support, as you would expect, for Elisa Longa Borghini from the fans around this circuit, and that's a decent gap between these two riders and that chasing group behind.
Yeah, we're up to 35 seconds. Up to 35 seconds
pressure on
now.
for Longo Borghini in the sprint. She's got to make amends for the European Championships.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pressure is on her, and she's working very hard. She wants to keep this gap. It's now 30 seconds between her and the chasing group behind them, who've got more riders to work. So, the numbers are in their favour in that sense. But Longo Borghini, just over 4 kilometres to go, really will very badly want to secure herself this medal today.
She will indeed. When we were here way back in 1968, the Italian rider Morena Tatagni took a bronze medal. Can Elisa Longo Borghini go one better today and take the silver medal for the home nation? See how this one runs out. 35 seconds, as Joe just said, the gap between chasing Group 1 and that group behind. The attack of Longo Borghini on that climb. Impressive riding from both of these riders on that final time up the climb. So it's certainly not flat on the rolling, but plenty of fast descents to go. Anna van der Breggen, 3.4 kilometers to go. She is now just swinging left and left again on to the motor racing circuit here in Imola. An impressive ride today for Anna van der Breggen. Time trial champion, side-on shot here of the Dutch rider as she heads towards her second rainbow jersey of these championships. There's the aerial shot. It's again absolute. You've got for Anna though coming into this one, she'll maybe relish. Would you say perhaps relish this one a little bit more than recent ones? The Giro Rosa, Annemiek van Vleuten crashing out when she was in the leader's jersey. The time trial with Chloe Dygert crashing out when she was in the lead. Is there? Can you take anything from those?
Yeah, definitely. Anna van der Breggen's an incredibly talented rider, but you're right. The last couple of victories, you can't deny the fact that Van Vleuten was in the lead at the Giro Rosa before she crashed out, and then the pink jersey didn't go to Van der Breggen. It went to Nubia Doma, and then Van der Breggen was able to win the overall race. But yeah, I think absolutely, for her to be able to win this World Championships on her own, no major crashes behind her in the group, really she has shown she is the strongest bike racer here today, and I think that will be really important to her, definitely.
Longo Borghini and Van Vleuten are onto the circuit. They're going to battle out now for silver and bronze. They were battling it out for gold in Ploue in the European Championships. Elisa Longo Borghini, she's got to be careful here again, hasn't she, of Van Vleuten in that sprint?
Yeah, so you'd think it would go to Longo Borghini with Van Vleuten with the cast on her wrists and everything, so you would have sort of thought that would be a foregone thing, but you cannot count for anything like that happening in bike racing. So Longo Borghini needs to be super vigilant, and you can't put it past the Dutch coming away with a 1-2 by any means, but it is Longo Borghini doing the majority of the work here. Van Vleuten's just letting her do that.
She is indeed. The Italian rider and the Dutch rider. It's going to be 2 medals for the Netherlands today. It's going to be 1 to Italy, but which colour is it going to be? Will it be a silver medal for Elisa Longo Borghini, or will it be a 1-2 for the Netherlands? 1.7 kilometres between Anna van der Breggen and being able to sit up and celebrate her second world road race title. She has won pretty much everything that there is to win in this sport. And Olympic champion, world champion, and pretty much every major race on the calendar. This is going to be an interesting sprint between these two riders. The gap behind is enough to secure those medals. Anna van der Breggen now will see that flamme rouge ahead of her. This is going to be a really special moment.
This really is. So just 1 kilometre to go. She's still got a 1 minute and 22-second gap over the chasers. This is absolutely spectacular. It has been a phenomenal ride by her, and she's now got a kilometre to really, really enjoy to lap this up.
Just the last few turns now, 800 metres for Anna van der Breggen on this circuit. It's a tough day out. It's been windy. The climbs on 2 climbs on every lap. The Mazzalana and the Cimagallistana going solo. Just over 40 kilometres to go for Anna van der Breggen. Give her a few hundred metres here and there. Elisa Longa-Borghini is still on the front here. Annemiek van Vleuten is letting her use up her power on the circuit, carrying the speed through these corners. Anna van der Breggen breaks into the smile that you know is coming. The emotion for Anna van der Breggen, the 2nd world title of the week. The 2nd time she will pull on the rainbow jersey and take the gold medal as a world road race champion. This will be the 51st victory of her professional career. The Netherlands, tactically perfect in every way today. Anna van der Breggen is your world champion. Punches the air with delight. Van der Breggen takes it. Another stunning ride from Anna van der Breggen from the Netherlands. Is it going to be a 1-2, Joe, or is it going to be Elisa Longa-Borghini for silver?
That was a spectacular win. Just to see that smile come across her face in the last sort of 100 or so metres. Up until then, she'd just been ever so focused, not letting the emotion show at all. But as she came up to that line, absolute delight. So absolutely brilliant to see. But this is really interesting. Who is going to sprint and win this sprint for silver medal now?
We're into the barriers. Van Vleuten's on the wheel. Longa-Borghini is right up against the barrier. She's going to make her go to the left. Elisa Longa-Borghini wants the silver medal here for Italy. You can see Van Vleuten's legs just slow as she shifts through the gears. Longa-Borghini, she won't want to make the same mistake from the European Championships, but she's forcing Van Vleuten to go one side. Van Vleuten, look at the face of Van Vleuten. She sees that line ahead of her. Longa-Borghini opens up the sprint, the Italian, but Van Vleuten trying to come alongside her. Longa-Borghini, is it going to be a silver medal? Van Vleuten trying to challenge for the Netherlands. Van Vleuten on the inside. It's going to be a throw to the line between the 2 riders, Van Vleuten and Longa-Borghini. The elbows are out. Van Vleuten looks like she might have taken it.
Oh, very, very tight there on the line.
And now the sprint for 4th. Dijkner, Nieuwiadoma, Vos and Lippert. This is the sprint here for 4th. Dijkner leading out, ups the tempo. You can see the legs quicken. Vos is going to want to go 4th here for the Netherlands. Dijkner opens up the sprint. Nieuwiadoma a big gear, but here comes Marianne Vos. Liane Lippert challenging here for Germany. Is Marianne Vos going to take 4th for the Netherlands? Yes, she is. Vos, Lippert, Dijkner and Nieuwiadoma is your order across the line. Another day for the Dutch. What can you say?
Yeah, first, I think silver, and 4th place, the Dutch team. What an incredible day out for them. But, you know, stunning, stunning victory for Van der Breggen. Ever so well deserved. By far the strongest bike racer in the race today. And look at the delight.
What a phenomenal shot there. Is your 2020 world champion, Anna van der Breggen. What a shot. That is great. What a day out for the team from the Netherlands. We'll just wait for confirmation. I probably imagine they're looking at the photo for that 2nd place sprint. And here comes the group coming in. Lisa Brennau is going to lead what is left of the peloton across the line ahead of Marlon Russa. Anna van der Breggen, there's the slow-mo, sits up, 2nd rainbow jersey of this week. all the emotion. Kind of hidden behind those sunglasses, the emotion, I think.
Yeah, well, she didn't even let herself smile until those final couple of 100 metres, ever so focused throughout. She had, a huge gap at one point, over 2 minutes, and now we're seeing the sprint for second.
Let's have a look at this one. So Longa Borghini, Van Vleuten decides that she's going to go on the inside here. Longa Borghini's got the edge at that point, and it looks like Van Vleuten's taken the silver.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an elbow there as well for Longa Borghini. I think she was quite keen for Van Vleuten to come around the other side, but Van Vleuten stayed on the right-hand side there. And yeah, you can just see a little bit of a clash there. Oh, interesting slow-mo, but it goes to Van Vleuten.
She just had enough momentum to carry her through there, the last few pedal strokes. There it is, that shows it. That half a wheel in the end. Great photo finish of that sprint for the medals.
You won the
And
time
here is Anna van der Breggen.
just a few days ago, and now you've become only the second athlete since Gianni Longo to do the double. Describe your emotions for us.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I would say it was a really hard race. Fighting from the beginning, and yeah, the climbs were really tough. And in the fourth lap, I felt strong, and we discussed in front. We tried to make the race hard, and we did. And I just went for it, and I thought in the last lap everybody's tired. It's difficult to make the difference maybe on the climb, and I felt good, so I went, but it was really far.
You won in a very similar way to Innsbruck in 2018. Did you ever think that you could repeat that again?
I didn't really think about that in the race. I mean, yeah, it's just, I think the circuit was also really different than Innsbruck. It had some flat parts, but it was hard all the time. So yeah, I'm really happy. I mean, I never expected this, and yeah, we expected a hard race, but yeah, it's incredible.
It's been a short season, but your best one yet?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible so far. It's short, it's everything behind each other, but yeah, if you are in shape, that's also a good thing. I'm pretty tired now, but hopefully recover, and then yeah, well, this season is for me pretty good so far.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Your new world champion, Anna van der Breggen, taking her second title. Here's your top 10. So Anna van der Breggen takes it from Annemiek van Vleuten, Elisa Longa Borghini, Marianne Vos, Tony's Leanne Lippert, Lizzie Deignan, Cassia Nubiadoma, Cecily Uttrup Ludwig, and then Lisa Brennauer led in that group at just ahead of Marlon Roos. So that is your top 10 today. Another great day out. 3 riders in the top 4 for the Netherlands. Impressive stuff, Joe.
It was super impressive, and we talked about them in the whole build-up. We said they were the team to look at, and they delivered. With all that pressure, with all that expectation. It was a bit of a game of poker at one point when we had that breakaway. And it's like, who's going to be the first one to initiate the chasing? But they had the talent in the squad, and they rode brilliantly as a team. And Anna van der Breggen, very, very well-deserved win. Time trial world champion and road race world champion. First person since Jenny Longo, I believe. So very long time since this last happened.
But what is impressive about this team when you've got Annemiek van Vleuten, defending champion, Anna van der Breggen, another champion, Marianne Vos is in there, Chantal van der Black, another former champion. Sometimes that dynamic can't work, and we have seen it in the past, haven't we? When you've got so many big names and so many strong riders, that it is impressive when you can see them put aside that sort of personal interest for the collection of the country. So it's impressive to see when they can work together.
It is really impressive. Like you say, lots of big personalities, but they managed to put it off. They managed to work together really well. So fair play to them.
A great day out here at the World Championships.